So, I know that over the past week or two, we had some riveting conversation over an online poll. Well, I found another online poll
Oh no.
that I would like to
No!
bring to everybody's
No!
attention.
It took so long to get past that one.
For context, our group chat was plagued for probably 3 days nonstop.
Jeez!
I had like 300 unread messages at points.
Hundreds of messages about this one question.
To which we got into some serious arguments about how poorly worded this poll was and how, without specifics,
Yeah,
how
it
could
was
we
poorly
possibly
It
make
was
a
poorly written.
reasonable choice? It was bad, man. We're
Yeah,
nerds.
to be fair, when it's a YouTube poll, they only have so much they can put in there,
Only
but
so many characters.
this one should be a lot more straightforward. So it shouldn't be as difficult. We might have some disagreements, but it should be a little bit more straightforward. Okay.
Am I going to enjoy this or hate it?
You've got 5 options.
Jason, why do you have to tear us apart? I don't understand.
Some men just like to watch the world burn.
Right?
I always knew Jason was one of them.
You've got 5 options. You can only choose one.
Okay.
You can choose to turn back time 1 minute every hour, 1 hour every day, 1 day every week, 1 week every month, or 1 month every year. Those are the 5 options.
Do I remember what happened
Yeah, do you remember the
in the
alternatives?
future? The alternative?
Presumably, otherwise that would make it a rather fruitless and
Yeah,
Just
because
make,
what
you
theory
just
of
make the same
time?
choices
You're
anyway.
forgetting that you have that ability.
Yeah, like what how does time work? I don't know.
presumably you just go back to the time that is set and
So regardless
Have your
of if it's
memories.
one linear or if there's multiple timelines you've created, you just go to whatever one you altered. That's where you
yeah,
are.
you just go back and you can change things if you want.
So I think I have my answer.
I have my answer.
I have two.
I went back and forth between 2. I think I'd have one that I have settled on, but
So- Can you type it out? I think I forgot already. I need the power to go back a minute so I can remember what you said.
yeah, 1 minute per hour is one choice. 1 hour per day is another. 1 day per week. 1 week per month, and 1 month per year. Those are your 5 options.
Oh, all of those. Oh man.
So greedy Justin would want to be able to go back 1 month per year.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, I know why.
Greedy Justin would want to be able to do that.
Interesting. That was one of the lowest voted options.
But that's because
If
I'm
not the
greedy.
lowest.
And what would you do with
if I
that
wanted to be
great greed?
Oh, well, if I could go back 1 month per year, then I would probably go back and win as many lotteries across the country as I could. I mean, each day I would win a lottery in a different state.
Highly
So I could win.
suspicious.
I could win 30. It doesn't matter. You can't prove that I did anything wrong.
Yeah.
You're going to prove that I have time travel?
What are you gonna do? Prove I had time? There's no other evidence
Maybe.
of faulty play.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I just got
So-
incredibly lucky, sir.
That would be my greedy. Either that or, like, if I knew that, like, stocks, I might try and play stocks for 30 days a year, you know, pick the best stocks and see if I could grow them or something, but most likely probably a lottery thing
Yeah.
for 1 month per year. More altruistic Justin would probably pick 1 day per week
Ooh.
Interesting.
to try and, like, help people, you
Okay.
know, like if you see things happening, to be able to, like, reverse things back 1 day and be able to, like, stop stuff in a certain region, you know. It doesn't give you enough time to stop, like, far away stuff, because you only have a day to get to wherever you're going to try and stop it. But, you know, locally you could stop stuff. Like if you read about, like, oh man, somebody died in a car crash yesterday, you could be like, woo, 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 and, like, go tell them, like, hey, don't you drive.
What would your
You-
superhero
will die.
name be? Premonition? The Phantom?
Oh, there you go. Premonition. I like that.
Yeah,
There you go. It's a nice one.
that's a
Of course,
good
most people would think you're crazy, but, you know, I'll be honest. It'd give me pause if somebody ran up to me randomly in my driveway and was like, if you get in that car, you will die. I'd be like, you know what?
What drugs is he on? That's exactly what I would think.
Yeah. I was thinking there's something wrong with the
It
guy.
would give you any pause at all if some random person
Oh, it
ran
would
up
give
to
me
you
pause, but for
and in
different
all
reasons. probably.
seriousness. But in all seriousness, you
If
know,
I
you can tell
rolled,
they're
if I
not a
rolled
crazy
high on
person.
my sense
Suspecting that
motive
the
and I looked
person-
in their eyes and they're completely there, they're completely lucid.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying.
suspecting that the person went back in time to tell me that would be a little down the list of things that I would think it could be.
Fair. That's fair.
I will say that your 1 day per week, that was the second highest voted option at like 16%, I think.
Okay, what did most people pick? One week per month?
I'm guessing
That'd
1
be
hour
more.
per day is the most picked one.
Yeah,
I was
1
gonna
hour
choose
per
1
day.
hour per day.
1 hour per day was 50%.
Yeah.
54%,
Because
something
you're
like
gonna
that.
make the most uses out of it, and every day
Yep.
you get a get out of jail free card. Like an hour is enough time to undo
Yep.
a potential death scenario.
Yeah, you
Like-
maximize your uses. See, the thing, you wouldn't want to do 1 minute per hour because then a third of your uses are when you're asleep. So it kind of defeats the whole purpose,
Right.
let alone the small time period. But 1 hour per day is like the sweet spot, I think, between maximizing your number of uses and still getting like a viable amount of time.
I think the
But I
benefit-
hadn't considered the month per year argument, so
I think the month per year argument is the most lucrative. There's the largest amount of. I mean, you can look at what stocks blew up or what lotteries won, and you can basically set up yourself a system of financial independence. Thereafter, you lose your death insurance as much as you had. You still have a last minute, like if you need to. The way I'd view it though is you get 13 months a year. Then that's a whole other month that you can spend not. Like, because assuming you have memories from the time you undo, you could just hole away for 3 months studying something and then undo that time, not negatively affect your social life or your work, and then just acquire a month's worth of knowledge once a year. That's pretty practical.
sure. The only problem that I have with that one is I'm the type, like, if I play a video game and like I haven't saved and I die and I go back, I'm now plagued by trying to remember exactly what I did so I can get back to the point. So if I went
Well-
back a month a year, I'd be like, oh my gosh, there's a month worth of stuff
it!
that
Yeah.
I have
So-
to deal with, that I have to make sure I do this right because I did it once and I gotta.
This
So that would be
is-
stressful to me.
So this, you're getting to the crux of the issue and why I would accept one of these, and only for the dramatic get out of death. Because I feel like the consequences of affecting my main timeline are, and the moral implications of such actions almost outweigh any net positive. I do not like the idea of messing with the flow of time or being responsible for remembering things play out exactly as they were. Because could you imagine if you go back a week, a day, or an hour and completely ruin what your life could have been, or completely undo a relationship you had with somebody, or you remember something they didn't said from one of the times you blipped back? I think that your sense of self and the identity would be far too difficult to maintain, and I would not personally want to suffer that.
Hush wants a sixth option that's just I can't be trusted.
I don't have the responsibility, man. That's
I don't
Right.
want this. I don't
My-
want this.
My argument for that is that in any given month, there are things that are just routine things that you have to do that may not be enjoyable. So, say you're using that month per year to reverse, something that happened that you want to do over. But during that same time frame, maybe you had a colonoscopy done. It's like, do you really want to have that colonoscopy done again? Probably not. So,
I gotta
like
win
now-
$4.5 billion. Yeah, I'll do it again.
yeah, but I'm not saying, I'm saying more for like the negative things.
my
So it's like,
guy.
oh, your dog got hit by a car, so you want to go back to avoid,
Yeah, but if you
that.
did the colonoscopy once and you know you're good, then you can just be like, yeah, I'm
Right,
going to
you don't
cancel
have
it
to do
this
it
time.
You cancel it.
This time.
You're
Yeah, but see,
saving money,
the
Sarah.
future, the
saving
future
money.
isn't set. You're going back in time. So how do you know the same outcome is going to come from that colonoscopy?
Well, you don't.
You
and
don't.
That fear is enough to make me not want to use the
Well,
ability. That said,
just gonna
I
change
am really
30.
greedy, man. I'm so greedy. Even with 1 week per month, I could buy lotto scratch offs, and then, or I could even like just get. Could you imagine if I put all of my net worth into GameStop when that blew up, and then sold at the peak? If I had done that twice in a row at both points, you would be independent. Like, you would be no need for money anymore. That's pretty tempting. And thereafter, I probably would never use the ability again, just because it's just so scary. and
Oh,
dangerous.
you say that.
Oh yeah, but this is the dangerous slope.
You
This is
know that's not how it would go down.
This is
You'd
the
always say, "I'll never do it again," but you would absolutely
Yeah,
do
this
it
is
again.
the-
Again, he needs a sixth option that says I can't be trusted.
and all of
What
it
if you-
would be
what if-
purely selfish. There would be somebody I love, and I will have already used my 1 week for the month, and I won't be able to have
Yep.
saved them because I already
exactly
went
what I
back.
was gonna say.
I already went
Because you
back.
already used it to win $1 billion or whatever, and now you're facing with maybe your whole family gets eradicated, and you can't do anything about it because you were
But
greedy.
you have $1 billion.
But
Maybe with $1 billion,
Yeah.
you can have their consciousness uploaded to the cloud.
I
Just
think.
buy a new
And-
family.
Do you think $1 billion could wipe away all your tears?
100% no, it would just add to my
Jason
tears.
standing by the graves, just like wads of money, finding his tears away. I will miss you, but money.
What about
Not
you,
that,
Brandon?
not
What are
that
your
Jason's
thoughts?
greedy. Like Jason doesn't seem like a greedy person at all. But
Just
Those
also
who
though,
say money can't buy happiness don't have
don't
money.
you have to think that like if you can undo everything, what is your moral accountability to face the consequences of your negative actions? If you could just
0.
undo, yeah, that sounds.
Josh, I have to face my consequences of any action I make regularly anyway. Just do it twice.
just do it twice.
I mean,
Listen, Brandon's living his best life, okay?
bro, all
He's
right,
like,
I
he's
can't.
like, listen, I robbed a bank, got away with it, went back in time, robbed the same bank. I
Did
didn't
it-
even get more money. I just did it for fun.
I would do no such thing for the record.
Pure chaos.
You'd rob a bank just out of credit union.
Exactly.
No comment.
All right, Jace, tell us the right answer.
Oh, I don't know if there's necessarily a right answer. I think I would go with the 1 hour per day, but some of those there's applications for
Solid
all
choice.
of them. I can't really see the minute per hour one as much.
I
but
can't see the minute per hour one. That one has so limited uses. Like what? You can undo a faux pas in a conversation. Like you misspeak once and you can just undo that minute and try again. Like that's not.
Or if you like stub your toe, you could just not. You know?
yeah,
that's
that's
Do you
my
remember the
first thought.
pain of stubbing your toe? Do you have phantom pain in your toe?
Yeah, but it wouldn't actually hurt anymore, so
uh,
you just remember it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which one nets
Yeah.
you the most time, assuming you used it the week, right? Because 1 week a month.
The most time?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you just have to find the ratio?
Yeah. I don't feel like doing
So
the
like
math.
a month to year is 1/12. A week to month is like a quarter. That's probably the most, right?
I think a week to month is the most.
Because day to week is 1/7, hour is 1/24, and then 1/60. Week to month is your highest ratio, I think.
You get 52 weeks. No, you get 12 weeks back. 52 days. So 12, depending on which option you did. 12 weeks back. That's 3 whole months of time that you're living double.
For
I'm sorry.
vacation.
Am I dumb, or did you just do 12 times 7 and get 52?
No, the 1 day.
You said 52
Ah.
days?
The 1 day per week would be 52.
Oh, 1 day per week. Okay.
Yeah,
I
and
thought
the
you were still
1
talking
week-
week per month, and
and
I
the
was like,
1
how are
week-
you getting this?
The 1
math?
week per month would be 12.
Gotcha. Yep. So, yeah, I think I agree with the majority on that particular poll, unlike the last one. But this one I felt was a little bit more.
So your
Oh.
teleportation
Oh,
device means
oh,
nothing
oh.
to anyone.
This will no one on the stream will understand this context, but I did ask my roommate, and he confirmed that the teleportation device is systematically the most universally applicable. Because even with a storehouse, depending on the apocalypse, even if you assume the literal translation that you have a secure location, no guarantee you can get there or that it won't be ransacked or stolen by looters. The teleportation device, he said, had the largest universal application. So,
And this is the guy who actually has the stuff.
yeah, this is
Like
my
the
prepper.
guns,
This
the
is
food,
this is,
and all
this
the
is my
stuff that he's
prepper
prepped.
friend who already has 20 years of. He had all of the other options, and he said I'd trade it all for the teleportation device.
Well, you know, when an expert speaks on it, you gotta.
Well, and
You gotta
then I
wait.
asked him. Then I
Yeah.
gave him the 6 option. So what if they added a 6 option, or you can make sure that one friend survives the initial apocalypse? And he goes, "Oh, this will make me sound like a bad person." I go, "Why is that?" I don't know if I know anyone useful enough to, guarantee they survive.
Saying that to your face as you're sitting there, like, I'm basically telling you I would not save you if given the option between you and a teleportation device. You're dead.
You would be
Right.
dead weight to me.
You would be dead weight to me.
that's
Saying it through your face.
That's exactly what he said. Which I wanted to be mad, but I was like, no, that's fair. But I was surprised. I mean, he didn't pick anyone else in his life either, like the emotional attachments. He's like, I mean,
You'd think a guy like that would know some people, but...
Well, that's what he said. He says, I do know one person more prepped than me, but honestly, we're acquaintances at best, and I feel like I wouldn't be a benefit to him, and as in turn, he wouldn't be a benefit to me, and so we'd go our separate ways, so it wouldn't be that beneficial, he said. Anyone else is dead weight, extra mouth to feed.
Okay.
That was a long intro.
Yeah, well, it was an important question, had to be answered, so now we know. Coming back into Ironfang for the
long transition. Holy cow.
So last time we had one of the what I thought was going to be one of the bigger hurdles of the campaign, the verbal duels, which when I was first reading the AP, I was thinking that might be one of the more difficult bits just because of how new it was, but I'd say overall it went pretty well. You all got to Longshadow, got into your little verbal duel with the advisors. I think everybody pretty much had a moment to shine in the verbal duels.
Yeah, I think so.
And it was closer than I thought that it would be, but in the end you did prevail, and you were able...
But why was it so close? Was it perhaps the very opening roll set where we could not meet the DC?
It was like
Josh?
14 DC
Oh
too.
no, I'm
Oh,
not sure.
yes.
I'm not sure that blame could be prescribed to me. I mean, you could blame God or fate or the universe at all just as easily.
Yo, see, Josh, if you could have went back in time a minute, it might have been fine.
Yeah,
That's what
exactly.
I would use. My consequential power is to make sure that my fictional alternates live better lives. Oh,
Yep.
Divine intervention. I'm gonna reroll for you, buddy. Don't worry,
Yeah.
I did that dragon. He rolled a nat 1 after the third attempt.
Well, and with that, we'll jump back into that scene right after the verbal debate. You're all in the office with the mayor, and he's kind of raised his hand. He's called for the end of the debate. He thinks that enough has been said, and he has told you that you have convinced him. And I'll just go back and read what he says here. He kind of takes a moment to collect his thoughts, and he looks to the four of you, and he says, I am a cautious man, and well, you've convinced me that the threat of this hobgoblin invasion, it poses imminent danger to my town, and that our defenses are currently inadequate. I also acknowledge your expertise fighting this foe. With that in mind, I would like to formally request that you aid in Longshadow's defense. We will provide any resources needed to get our town ready for a proper siege. And he turns to Solomon Zane, the priest of Abadar at his side, and says, set aside about 20,000 gold for renovations to the wall, inspections to the militia's equipment, materials for barricades, and anything else these gentlemen need to prepare the town. And then he turns back to you. I would also like to reward your efforts, bringing this to my attention. I know it's not much, but I can arrange for each of you to receive 500 gold as my thanks, and I promise that more will come should we manage to survive the coming battle. And then Solomon Zane's mouth, you can see, kind of twitches slightly, but he bows respectfully and says, it will be tight financially to quickly gather those funds, but I will see what I can do. The mayor responds, if necessary, you can supplement the treasury with my own personal funds. Just let me know if it comes to that. No, I doubt there will be a need for that. We will manage. And Seneca Volstat looks to you and says, I apologize for the trouble that I and my associates have caused you. Clearly, we were ignorant to the truth on this matter, or perhaps too blinded by our station. Thank you for so thoroughly seeking the truth in this matter and for your efforts to protect our town.
I love that, like, the debate's not even 5 minutes over, and she's like, you know what? We were wrong. Just because the mayor said that we're going to do it this way,
Hey.
I fully believe that what I argued was false.
Do any
Okay.
of you say anything to her? She's like, okay, that's fine. You don't have to respond. It's-
Nah, I'm gonna let what's his face, Jessup, take point on this.
What's his face indeed?
What's
Oh,
his
sure.
face?
What'd she say exactly again?
She said, she basically just said, apologies for causing issues. Clearly we didn't know all the facts, and thanks for seeking the truth in all your efforts to protect the town.
Oh, no apologies needed. I know that we were kind of abrupt. I mean, first thing this morning, your biggest issue was a well, and now we're telling you there's an invading army that's going to slaughter every woman and child here in Longshadow. Very, not believable. So, but I appreciate you giving us the time.
You can hear Garrett Craigallo under his voice. He says, the well is still very important. We do still need to talk about that well. No. The mayor will respond finally, and he kind of sits back in his chair. He taps the table in front of him with the pointed end of a nearby quill, and he says, it would seem that we have a great deal of work ahead of us. I would like to discuss our plans moving forward, if that's all right. And with that, I would like everyone who can roll me a knowledge engineering, knowledge history, or profession soldier or survival. So you have 4. Engineering, history, profession soldier, or survival. Choose one and roll that.
Say those again slower in 2 seconds. Okay.
Knowledge engineering.
Yep.
Knowledge history.
Okay.
Profession soldier,
Okay.
or survival.
Oh,
This is to
survival's-
identify weak points in the city.
I'll roll soldier.
Okay. So profession soldier from Kieran is a 19. Survival from Hursk is a 28. Profession soldier from Gideon is a 21. Jessup, do you...
Did you say, what were the knowledges, engineering, and what was the other?
Engineering and history.
They're the same. I'll just be different. Crap.
History and 11.
Oh, no.
So DC 15. 3 of you were able to pass. So that's enough to identify a number of good weaknesses in the town to talk about. And with that, I will reveal a handout that has a lot of information on it.
Oh, goody.
Let me see.
You know, is this map accurate?
It should be.
So if I wanted to calculate the perimeter of the feet all the way around, I could estimate it to be about 3,000.
Let me just check. There should be a ruler down there. You might not be able to see it on your screen.
I just did the snap tool.
Where am I? So, snap to corner. Yes. So, according to the ruler at the bottom,
Yeah.
every square should be 50 feet, it looks like.
And
So,
that's
yes.
correct.
Anything you measure should be accurate.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how long it would take to build a ditch, which I think is going to be the Gideon's primary.
Very long time, probably.
method of defense.
I should say that I
It
wanted
just starts digging.
when we were
You guys
when we
joke,
were
but ditches are no joke. Like,
when we were spending our gold, I was looking at feather tokens, and there's one that allows you to like basically create a siege tower, and Jason wouldn't let me get it because he said it wouldn't be useful. I was like, but it's cool because it's a siege tower.
actually, so I was looking at it the other day, like a guide for a couple of like one use or like magical item choices in our price range. Feather tokens in general are steals for what they do. They're so much cheaper than equivalent magic items for like the benefit that you get for them. They're some of the best. Iron stones come close, but in my opinion, feather tokens are crazy.
Yeah. Can you all see the handout that I have here?
Yeah, I'm looking
Yes,
at
sir.
it
Did it all
now.
pop up? Okay.
I don't know if I can...
3d6 points of damage.
So
My
this is
goodness.
a long handout.
Yes, this is all of the information related to readying the town, basically. So Longshadow's defenses are measured in defense points, which are essentially hit points. They represent all of the defenses, militia, morale, all that stuff. If it goes to 0, the town is destroyed, basically.
Okay.
It starts out with 50, and that represents, it has a stockpile of weapons, but its militia are somewhat poorly trained and the walls are kind of in disrepair. So, with or without the mayor's blessing, luckily you guys do have the mayor's blessing.
So we have money to fund these projects.
Essentially, and the DCs are much easier than they would otherwise be.
To convince people to do the work.
Yes. So, you can... it says here that you can rally the residents to begin reinforcing the town. Most Nirmathi cities eschew traditional defenses, but in the case of Longshadow and most of these settlements in the Hollow Hills, they actually buck this trend and they have walls around their settlements. And so one of the biggest, and it actually says right in here, this answers the question that you were asking before, Josh.
Yeah.
It is a 20-foot tall brick wall that encircles the town.
Yep.
So skipping over some of this, there's plenty of room for improvement. Each day PCs spend in Longshadow, they can perform up to 3 actions from the list that we're about to get to, each one taking about 5 hours. These actions represent the PC's ability to organize laborers, artisans, or the militia, or business leaders to improve town's defenses. Each action requires the oversight of at least one PC, who must succeed at a DC 15 skill check of the related. They're all in each of the individual things you can do. It has a list of skill checks. So the DC is always 15. Performing any of these actions without first convincing the mayor would make it much more difficult, imposing a -5 penalty, but luckily, you managed to convince the mayor, so you don't have a massive penalty on all your checks. Multiple PCs can oversee an action, basically doing the aid another, if you so wish. They can perform a given action more than once in a day and gain its listed benefit multiple times, but each action has a maximum number of points that it can provide. So you can't just repair the wall like 100 times. Like, there's a limit to how well you can repair the wall. Rolling a natural 1 on any of these skill checks indicates that an accident has befallen the rushed preparations, dealing some damage to the appropriate PCs. So it gives 6 ways that you can prepare the town. First is city walls. A sturdy brick wall surrounds most of Longshadow, leaving only a dockside district exposed. The walls have battlements and walkways, allowing the town's militia to patrol the edges of Longshadow and keep a watchful eye for bandits. However, the wall is in poor repair, making it easy to climb, so its current climb DC is 10. A PC can lead laborers to repair the wall with a successful craft stonemasonry, knowledge engineering, or profession stonemason check.
Oh, good thing I have this.
The benefit is that each successful attempt increases your defense points by 10 and increases the climb DC by 5, but you can only do this 3 times. So you could get 30 defense points and make the DC to climb at 25, which is pretty good. The next one is internal defenses. So this would be stuff like preparing fallback locations and choke points, as well as barricades and medical stations. Basically, if somebody gets past the wall, you have locations that you can run to and basically ambush the enemy or slow them down, all that sort of thing. Organizing untrained citizens to make these improvements requires a craft alchemy, carpentry, stonemasonry, or traps, a diplomacy, or a knowledge local. You can do this up to 3 times, and each time increases defense points by 5. You can also do militia drills. So the town's militia consists of 50 soldiers, though only 25 of these operate in town at any given time. The remainder operate as scouts and marshals in the wilderness and nearby villages. If you have the mayor's backing, which luckily you do, you can muster an additional 300 soldiers from the town's reserves, but they are inexperienced and undisciplined. You can whip them into shape with a intimidate or profession soldier check. Each check increases the town's defense points by 10. You can gain this benefit only once with the primary militia and up to 2 additional times if the mayor assists you with new volunteers, which again, he did. So you can do this up to 3 times. Reinforcements. The PCs may have some additional forces they can draw upon to reinforce Longshadow's defenses, such as the Rangers, which you do have access to, or slaves from freed Ironfang forces. You have some of those already. You have, I think it's 1, 2, 9 that you've rescued so far. Freed slaves are eager to fight but unskilled, and the Rangers cannot field a large number of troops. Training the slaves requires a perform oratory or a profession soldier check. Recruiting aid from the Rangers is automatically successful, but the Rangers take several days to arrive once called. Rangers add 5 to the defense points, but can only be called once. Each unit of rescued slaves, currently you have effectively 1, adds 5. Siege supplies. Many of Longshadow's crops are in the surrounding fields and aren't quite ready for harvest, but they can be gathered to help the city prepared for disaster. Likewise, townfolks can be trained in hunting and trapping to redouble their efforts to fill basically your reserves. Organizing these efforts requires a profession baker, cook, farmer, or trapper, or a survival check. Each check grants an additional 5 points and can be done twice. And the final option is townsfolk readiness. Although not trained as soldiers, Longshadow's townsfolk are strong and able-bodied and eager to defend their homes. Rather than serving as soldiers, these adults can be trained to fight fires, run messages, tend to the injured, etc. Inspiring these citizens requires a diplomacy, heal, or profession soldier check. Each successful check increases defense points by 5, and you can do this twice. So these are all of the areas that you can work towards to preparing the town. And again, you can do 3 of them each day that you are here. And then the 4th person can aid somebody else. However, you are also aware that there are several locations. I'll move you over to this map. There are several locations throughout the Hollow Hills that could pose a threat. There are a couple locations that you know of. I think you know of the War Beast camp, the Wyverns, the siege equipment at the river, and then a munitions camp. So you know about a bunch of places. Logic might tell you that if you were to disrupt activities there, you would probably impact the effectiveness of the siege against you. So you've got 2 options. You can go out and try to disrupt the enemy, or you can hole up and build up your defenses, or you can do a combination of both. It just depends on how much time you have.
Last question. Are those 6, just game speaking, our only options, or is there any room for other creative defenses and gaining defense points that way or stuff like that?
It could be considered. I would have to put more thought into it,
Sure.
between sessions. So I won't say hard no, but you do have to remember that you only have a limited amount of time and a limited amount of workers.
Yep.
So you could try to build a moat or a ditch around the whole town, but that would take a long time, and you'd be taking a lot of people who could be working elsewhere. Perhaps
It also wouldn't be the most effective, but ditches in general, from the very bit of research I did last week, are just insanely better than almost any other defensive option.
They are. But you also have to remember that in this world, if they have any druids who can stone shape, if they have any animals that can burrow,
Yep, I already.
can fly?
definitely.
I
or if
already.
they can,
I already
you already know
did-
about
I
wyverns.
already-
Wyverns
nope.
can fly right over it.
I
so-
already did all that too, and was saying what kind of traditional tactics would change in a fantasy world. One of the ones too, I was curious about getting like clerics or some rangers that can just make food supplies and cheat our way out of food with magic. But I guess that was pretty much covered in the way you could do it with these defenses, which made sense.
Yep. So, essentially, I'm left with asking you how you would like to proceed. You can do as you will. You have a lot on your list here to consider. So, what are
My
your thoughts?
personal thoughts would be I really don't like the Wyvern Scouts. I know that a lot that happened to the Ranger forts was with that dragon. Granted, I would assume a dragon's probably going to be stronger than a Wyvern, but if you have multiple Wyvern, that can pose some issues. So it doesn't matter how well you fortify a wall if they can
If
fly
they
over.
can fly over it.
And then the siege, I don't know what they have for sieges. I'm assuming it could be trebuchets, things like that, to try to really damage the walls. So my thoughts are try to stop the Wyvern Scouts, stop the siege crossing, and the remainder of the time using to fortify the forts.
I 100%
inside.
agree. The 3 objectives in a defensive siege are to not let them over the wall, through the wall, under the wall, and then you also have to make sure that you have food to outlast your enemy. So in a fantasy world, you have to stop them from flying. You have to stop them from being able, improving our sturdy walls, and even the game tells us that you get 30 defensive points versus some of the actions that cap out at 15 or 10. Those are going to be far more useful. If we can then disrupt any siege equipment and wyverns that they have and eliminate the ability to so easily fly or scale the wall, then as Jason pointed out, the biggest worries we have are magical means to break our defenses, things like evil druids or anyone with arcane.
But we know they already had one druid.
So we should consider recruiting the ranger's aid, because I think thematically, even though it doesn't add a lot, that's kind of a big benefit because they have experience fighting in the woods and could hopefully...
Oh, they'd want to get their revenge, I think.
Yep, and counter some of the magic. So in world, even though that's not the biggest defensive points, I think that it adds unique advantages that some of the other options don't provide. So in my opinion, city walls, recruiting additional aid, training the militia, I feel is a if we have time thing, though recruiting 300 and not 50 is a must.
Or we could do even better. There's 4 locations and 4 of us. We just split the party.
Yeah. That
Each
sounds
one
like-
of us
And
take
it's
a
an option.
point.
Yeah,
As an option.
I think that's best. But I believe
If you'd
that,
like to do that, we can handle Hursk's attack on the Warbeast camp this session, and then we can do
Yeah.
Gideon with the munitions camp next. Yeah,
so you
I
can
like it.
perform up to 3 actions a day.
Yeah,
up to 3.
is there,
Yes, the
is there
party
enough time-
collectively can do 3
And-
a day.
Remind me of the Doomsday counter.
I think we have
12.
10 days from today.
Yeah, let me check. I have the calendar in my drive. I just have to open it up here. So, campaign journal. I believe because you guys got here pretty early, you have the rest of. I think it's like 1 p.m. at this point in time today, and you currently have 10 days left.
So I think effectively we could probably.
Get 1 set of
I mean, we could
actions
do one
tonight.
day, 5 hours of trying to assess some of the needs here, and then plan what we want to do tomorrow.
So, how far is it in our best estimation to the Wyvern Scouts? Do you need to knowledge geography or survival? We have that handout that marked where.
Knowledge geography or survival would both be. Knowledge geography would be better. I would allow survival, but geography would be the better choice.
Can I roll to aid, or is it?
Sure.
I'm not trained in it. Is that going to make a difference?
I think.
I would say that would make it a little bit.
Yeah, I
different,
think I was about
yeah.
to say we could aid
Okay.
Hursk because I think he's got a pretty good
Sure.
geography.
27.
Okay. With a 27,
29.
with a 29, and Hursk, you especially know this because you are in the area all the time. You know that it's a little over 22 miles
Okay.
straight from here to the Wyverns, and you would also be aware that, if you travel overland on foot, you can travel 16 miles in a day. If you find some means of like horseback, you can travel double that distance. If you hustle, then you could get a lot farther. We kind of went over this last time with hustling and how much faster that makes you and healing yourself after every hour, yada yada. So you can get to places pretty darn fast if you hustle. Like a horse travels 4 miles per hour. If you're hustling, it'd be 8. So you can get to places pretty fast if you're really going for it. You just have to spend some resources to heal up in between.
So, in theory, if we were to do that triangle I just mapped out, we could one day get to the Wyvern Scouts fighting along the way, and then the next day make it back, basically.
Assuming that you are not held up too long at the first location,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, it'd be a stretch, but it might cost us 2 days total for that.
Yeah, because 32 miles is as far as a horse can take you in one day if you don't hustle.
Right. But hustling, in theory, we can press our luck a little bit, hustle across the siege crossing, and then lay siege on the Wyvern Scouts before nightfall if we set out early
Yeah.
enough.
You might not make it all the way back to Longshadow, but you'd be close. Like
Well,
it
Longshadow
wouldn't be
wouldn't
that
be
big a
one
difference.
day. It would be 2 days
Yeah.
most likely.
But we would have, even if we camped outside of Longshadow, we'd have enough time the next day to go in, have 5 hours to do the
Yeah.
3
Yeah.
tactics, and so
Because I think
That's one option if you want to do it that way.
Because
To,
if they can really go 8, that means that in 3 hours they can make it from Wyvern Scouts to Longshadow if we hustle.
If you hustle.
the whole way. So that means that it's actually possible with amazing luck, and if we really pushed it, to go the whole route.
Yeah, and just so you're aware, the average light horse has 16 hit points. The average heavy horse has 19. What that means is that a light horse can hustle for 6 hours a day, and it won't die as long as you keep healing it every hour.
Yeah.
A heavy horse can go 7 hours a day without dying if you heal it up every time.
Okay.
It will go unconscious in the last 2 hours, but it won't die as long as you keep healing it.
Oh, I feel bad for the horse. It's just
did
You
really
will
just-
have to buy a wagon if you wanted to do that, because otherwise, the beetle can't ride a horse. So you'd have to buy a wagon in order to carry the beetle.
Yeah.
And a light wagon costs only 50 gold and must be pulled by 1 horse, but it can carry as much as 1,000 pounds.
Can the
A
beetle
medium
pull the
wagon.
wagon?
What?
Can the beetle pull the wagon?
Sure, but you'd be going at the slower speed of the
Right,
beetle.
he's saying for the beetle to ride.
Keep
The
up.
horses are significantly faster than the beetle, so that's where you're getting your speed
Yeah.
from. So a medium wagon costs 100 gold, must be pulled by 2 horses, but can carry 2,000 pounds. So
I've got
You got
money
some
left
options
over,
there.
so gold's not going to be the issue here.
I think a bigger wagon, because if in the event we find any supplies and or other captives, then we can put them in the wagon to be pulled.
Yeah, and hustle back with us.
Well, we also just got 500 gold each that we didn't really account for that we could use. But
Is that new too?
Yep. Basically, for winning the verbal duel, the mayor gives each of you a retainer of 500 gold.
Oh, so we
basically.
did not have that calculated.
You did not have that before. You have that now.
So I guess Josh and I have kind of had thoughts. I would like to hear from Sarah and Justin.
I concur.
Your thoughts?
No, I liked all of it. I'm in 100% agreement.
Mm.
Go to the Wyvern Scouts probably first, right? Is that what we're thinking?
Yeah, mechanically, it doesn't matter which one of those 2 you go to because it's a round trip either way.
Right.
Right.
I mean, technically, if you wanted to get both of them on the first day, you'd have to go to the siege crossing first, probably. But
technically, it might even be better to do it the other way. Is that right? Because getting all the way to the Wyvern Scouts, if we then camp out in the middle of nowheres and we're taking 2 days anyway, we might as well be refreshed on supplies between each fight.
that's up to you on how much time you want to spend.
Right.
If you want to spend more time that way, that's fine. That's an option you can do.
I think one of the things that I want to do is assess the situation and thematically set up a day or two the defenses, and then we can also see how successful or how more time we can risk disruption versus did we get those extra 60 hit points basically from shoring up the militia and improving the walls. So I would say defenses first, getting the people of Longshadow, prepared emotionally and mentally for a fight, and then doing our best to train them up as quick as we can, getting the walls as big as we can, then going up and disrupting anything that might have been underway. That'd be more to disrupt 2, which would set them back further, is my other thinking. Depending.
Okay.
Wait, so you're saying to do defenses first and then go out?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I'm thinking the opposite. I'm thinking to ensure that we're back here when it happens. If it takes us longer to do these travels, I would rather do the traveling first to ensure that we get back. And if we get back early, then we spend time defending or
And then
building
they
up.
attack early.
Yeah, but at least we'll be there and it won't be like
Yeah.
we're out in the middle of nowhere and these people
I-
are defending by themselves.
I agree. I think that we need to spend the rest of today. We can start doing our upgrades, head out tomorrow. But I suggest we head to I think we're at least all in agreement. The Wyvern Scouts and the Siege Crossing are probably the 2 that we want to try to take down out of the 4, correct?
Yeah, then the others are time permitting.
So I would say that we probably want to go to the one we definitely think is top priority first, because if poop hits the fan and we realize we can't make it to the other one, or we're going to lose time, or things took longer, we at least took out the one that we thought was more important, and then worst case we just head right back to Longshadow.
Can we get any insight what kind of war beasts the Legion normally employs, and what kind of advantage that actually awards them?
He's like, no, I don't think I will.
That's fine.
I would say that it would be safe for you to assume it could be almost anything.
It could be almost anything.
It would be you could probably find almost any variant of dangerous animal or magical beast.
Because really, the big things we have to worry about is the animals in the Hollow Hills. Is it just Hursk that's been warping my perception, or are they all kind of larger than normal?
The Hollow Hills is a very large predator
Than normal.
area. Yes,
Because I'm thinking
you're out of the level 1 bubble basically.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh no!
The bigger idea I have is larger creatures mean heavier creatures can ram walls. So that's
Safe assumption.
That's another kind of thing that we have to consider. Going over walls, going through walls, going under walls. It sounds like the war beast might be something we have to consider. Munitions, I assume, is explosives and might blow up walls, but we don't know. Obviously, we can't take care of all of them, but the flying is a big priority, but I don't want to neglect the strength of the war beast camp. And
I
it's
will say-
really far out of the way. is the
So
problem.
you're not in 100% agreement then, like you said you were in the beginning?
Well, only because I thought about what war beasts might be.
Well,
I
yeah,
would
I mean,
say
I think
you-
we stick with the plan.
you probably cannot assume by default you can't do everything. I have not checked the math. It's probably possible to do everything, but you would
Jason,
have to be highly efficient.
You're assuming that our roles are going to be conducive to doing everything, when in reality, nothing in this AP has gone the way that it should for us.
Yeah, I'm
Sure.
just saying that
Always assume worst case scenario.
I don't know if it's necessarily impossible to do everything, but
But the round journey would be... Can I safely just calculate the round journey, or do you want to check for that information? For the
I would say that what you have there, the 112 miles or so,
Yeah.
give or take a little bit, is probably fairly accurate. So 112 miles, it's a couple days. If you're not hustling 32 miles a day, that would make it 1, 2, 3, 4-ish days. If you hustle every day, you could probably make it in 2 or 3 days, maybe. I don't know exactly, something like that.
The difference of going out of order is that
50 miles,
50 miles.
if you do it in that particular out of order way.
Right.
Kieran's thoughts are he wants to spend the rest of this day actually preparing on his own. So I had taken gold from our spoils and have already bought stuff. So I'm assuming he's spending the rest of this day buying those items that I went over with Jason. So he's not going to be doing any town preparation. He's just stocking up his supplies.
Selfish.
He would advocate for setting out in the morning for either the Wyvern Scouts or Siege Crossing. He still thinks those are the higher priority. And then he would advocate for coming back and building up the town. I don't think he would advocate for War Beast Camp or munitions.
The time is variable because we can travel up to twice it depending on how we maneuver. But it would
Almost up to twice.
almost up to twice. But it would take us at most 5 days if we split up the travel and did the Wyvern Scouts Siege Crossing, then shored up defenses, and then did War Beasts or munitions, time permitting. But I almost feel like if we're going to go with the idea that disrupting is something we want to do, and then preparations later, we should do all of the disruption and then come back for preparing. But
I think that's way too risky.
I think we need to split the party and we're going to have another verbal duel.
I personally think Wyvern Scouts Siege Crossing, like we were saying, maybe Munitions Camp if we get lucky with Wyvern Scouts and Siege Crossing. I say throw War Beasts out entirely.
Yeah, I think maybe we can do the Wyvern, Siege Crossing, see how our rolls are with Longshadow, time permitting. Maybe hit up the munition camp and come back.
Well, I don't know. I think that.
See, I think we go to Radia's Hollow, then back to the Ridgeline camp, then maybe go back into the mines, make sure those ghosts are properly taken care of, and then...
We should have contracted them. We know they're good at traps.
Right?
Dang it!
No, but I mean, I kind of agree. I think Wyvern Scouts and Siege Crossing are top priorities. War Beast is also probably at the bottom of my list.
All right, then I'm
So
outvoted.
munition-
Simple as that. I just think that 15 actions. I don't know. I think disruption is the most efficient thing that we can do, but.
I mean, I would entertain that War Beast might be okay if our idea is not to come back to Longshadow until we've finished at least Siege Crossing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Go up to War Beast and then down to Wyvern Scouts and then to Siege Crossing and then potentially
and then
munitions
make
camp,
a decision.
and
Then
back.
make a decision at the Siege Crossing about what to do.
Right. That would be the only way I'd advocate for maybe War Beast, but I think really our biggest thing is we're torn between munitions or War Beast, right?
Yeah,
That seems to be the divide.
It sounds like the consensus is, if you are going to War Beast, that it would be the first thing for efficiency's sake.
Right.
Otherwise, you're not going there at all. That's what it sounds like is being said.
That's what it
here.
sounds like to me too. So
I guess we can say here, we can just do a vote. Do you want to go to the War Beast camp, yes or no?
Yeah.
Just period.
Yeah, I
Because
say
it
yes.
sounds like if you don't go there at first thing, that you're probably just not going to go all the way up there again.
I agree with that sentiment, and I would say
Is
it's
that-
worth going there.
Would the rest of you also think that? Does that sound like what is going on here? Like either you're going there first, or you're just not going to go up that far twice?
So I guess before I make a decision on a vote there, can we just... How many days do we have? Not
You
including
have
today?
10 days.
Not including today, right?
So is the
9 days
war
after
on,
today.
on the 10th day or the 11th day?
So what I have written in the journal here, the 22nd of Gozran. By the end of the duel, it is about noon with 10 days remaining. Okay, so you have 10 days after today.
Okay.
So 10 days remaining. You have the rest of today as well.
So I guess just to make sure we're clear, are they wars on the 10th day or 10 days to prepare and then it's going to be on the 11th day?
Hard to say.
I don't know if we would
I
know
would say
that
that the
necessarily.
safe planning is to plan 8 days or 9 days and then shore up defenses for the time we have left.
To be perfectly honest, you can't even say with 100% certainty that the orders you have are necessarily up to date either.
Correct. Which
So-
intel from disruption is another thing that we might be able to gain what the most recent orders are.
Right. That's true. So I guess with your plan, Josh, if we did go to War Beast Camp and all around, and we got the horses with the wagons, how many days are you projecting then it would take for that?
It's one of the ones that's a variable, but the overall time, Justin, you can track it out here. We can travel at minimum 32 miles a day. That's at the slowest possible pace. We can possibly go up to twice that by hustling.
You can't go exactly twice that. If you get a medium wagon
Yep.
and 2 heavy horses,
Yeah.
you could travel a maximum of, let me say, 8 times 7 plus 4, a maximum of 60 miles a day. If you hustle for 7 straight hours, using your resources to heal the horses every hour for each of those 7 hours, you could get 60 miles a day.
But 40 a day is much more achievable and plannable, I would say.
If you hustle only 5 hours a day, meaning that the maximum non-lethal damage dealt is only 8, then you could travel 5 times 8 plus the remaining 12 would be 52 miles a day.
So
Hustling 4 hours a day would be 48 miles a day.
So that would put us at 2.3 days to go 120 miles, or 3.
Right.
3.
We have about 3 days worth of travel.
Well, 2.3 in combat time in there.
Combat time. So, yeah, I mean, if we hit everything, probably 6 days.
I don't
Total?
think it'll be
That's
that.
If everything went
Probably a
okay.
bit high. I mean,
You
that's
think?
assume- if you have to rest before
what I'm saying.
clearing a place, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. With rest and everything in total, I'm thinking maybe 6 is a little high.
I think
Maybe
6
and the
I
other
think
thing to
4,
consider,
I think
just
4
so
is
that-
closer in my
Yeah,
estimation.
just so that
I
we're all
think-
aware, the other thing to consider is that you have all these 6 options, and you can do 3 of them every day. So if you have, let's say, 5 days remaining and you get back to Longshadow, let's say it takes you 5 days to do all this, so you have 5 days left, you can do 15 different actions.
Yeah.
Which is everything twice and then some things 3 times, which is a lot of them.
So since the War Beast is so far out, though, what if I argue the fact that we go to munitions, or we have to go to Siege Crossing to get to munitions, correct?
Right. So then we'd have to double
No.
back.
You don't have to go to the Siege Crossing. If I move you back to the Longshadow map, you'll
'Cause
notice
there's a
that
ferry, right?
they do have ferries that you could go straight across if you needed to.
So what if
I
we did
think-
munitions first, looped up, and then, because we know we want to hit Wyvern Scouts, we're still hesitant on War Beast. What if we go to munitions, Seed Crossing, Wyvern, see where that takes us? If we need to head back to Longshadow, we can jump right back. If we think we're doing well on time, we can hit a War Beast and come
And
back.
can we assume equal pace at the ferry, and then as far
I mean,
as
the ferry doesn't go super. It's probably not going to make a mechanically.
It's a bunch of
significant
jet
impact.
skis.
that's what I mean. So
You're going maybe a couple 100 feet across the water. It's not going to take
with that, as
much
you just
longer.
charted out, it's actually the same or a little faster to do the whole loop travel time. And if we get up to the Wyvern Scouts and decide that we really want to just get back to town, then it's a 2-day travel or less, depending on how far we get on that initial.
Yeah, I'm thinking if we're gonna, I guess based on timing, it's not as bad as I thought. But I would then say let's hit up the 3 that are closest.
And then see
Leave
if we
War
want to go.
Beast. Right. Worst case, we come back. I definitely want to hit Wyvern.
My
regardless.
reasoning is I'm in line with Jason's thought process there. Like 3 actions a day is actually a lot, and we don't have mastery in all those skills, but with Jessup we can pretty much hand wave the important ones.
So are we leaving today? We're not leaving today, right?
No,
No, because so Kieran's off buying things. So what I was going to say is, you can assume maybe you send Kieran off to do all the shopping, so all 4 of your shopping is done by Kieran,
Stuff
and then
today.
the other 3 of you
And
are
then 3 of us
free.
could try to at least.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go
Spend an hour
forge
to
some
upgrade.
supplies. Yeah.
Well, I was thinking about we could start talking to people to start upgrading now, couldn't we?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna go get supplies for the upgrade. So like, Hursk will
Oh, I
just
see what
go
you're saying.
start collecting supplies for the town because it's a survival check, and I have pretty high survival.
In
like,
my opinion,
if I
Jessup
get a 1, I'm not gonna fail.
Jessup's
on
the
my-
only one who can do the engineering bit. So I was assuming that that's what you should do, and then I was gonna have Gideon start the militia drills.
Are
There's
you sure? 'Cause-
surprisingly a couple of there that he is best at.
Yeah.
because they have oratory and diplomacy.
Yeah.
I if I do those, I cannot fail. Except
Yeah,
for
the
one.
other
Natural
thing is
one
if-
the scary part.
Right.
we're gonna-
3D.
if we're going to call for rangers, we got to do it today, so they have time to get here.
No, I want it to be a scene from Lord of the Rings where they crest the hill right when we're in our
First light
darkest
on the 5th
hour.
day.
Yeah,
Look
that's
to the
right.
east.
Look to the
At
east,
dawn.
and then there's the Rangers.
Speaking of that, is it take 5 hours to send a message to the Rangers?
It would take you 5 hours to find the means to send the message. Yes.
I think I would argue Jessup would do that
Yeah.
piece. So no roll, I would do that. Justin, if you want to roll survival to gather supplies for like farming and stuff, I have an idea for that too. If that works with you, Jason.
What do you mean by an idea?
Well, presumably, I could go back to my homestead, the farm, visit with Brock, talk to him, planning on giving him the gold, have them reach out to the Rangers, and then have Justin could do survival at the Jessup's homestead.
Sure.
Yeah, that
That
works. And I'll do the militia drills. And is it an action to muster the 300 additional soldiers, or does that just happen?
No, it just assumes that if you do this action and you have the mayor's support, you get them.
Okay.
Assuming that you succeed in the check, yada 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 yada.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a gimme for the check, to be honest, but I think it's a fine enough thing and in character for Gideon to do.
Yep.
For
All
what?
of these are only a DC 15 since you don't have the penalty, which is very big.
For what were you trying to do?
Whip the militia into shape,
Gotcha.
because it's a profession soldier or intimidate, both of which he has 8 in.
Okay. Who wants to go first?
I think mine's the only role that matters.
I
So let's
think.
do
Wait, how bad are your bonuses?
8.
And then what's yours, Justin, for
14.
for that.
For survival, yeah.
So he can't fail unless he rolls a natural one, in which case stuff happens.
Can you give me heroism?
Actually, it does not say that you fail on a natural one, does it? It just says
There was
that
something with like dealt damage or whatever.
yeah, you just take damage. So presumably you'd still succeed, but you'd take damage as well, because it doesn't say you fail
And
it.
it's the town that takes damage, or you as a person?
The appropriate PCs.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
he would take damage.
Oh, that's
yeah,
not
I don't
bad
think-
at all.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do to help you, Josh. I could only help Hursk, but he can't fail anyway.
What's the duration on heroism? I was half joking, but then I thought if it's 5 hours, that'll give
For
the-
you, it would be 90 minutes.
Yep.
versus-
The only thing that I think could potentially work is my omnipresent mentor, because that lasts for a full day, but I do not have ranks in soldier profession. I do in survival, but the
Correct.
+3 is not going to help Hursk.
Right.
Because that's a
the
24-hour
other one,
bonus.
Well, the other one's intimidate. What's your intimidate, Josh?
8.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you could inspire him to intimidate.
Yeah,
and
I
we
can
could just
inspire you to
go a
intimidate
different
them
route
into
here.
shape.
That's
Okay,
fine.
we could do that.
Yeah, I'll
So
take it.
Kieran, you will lose the bonus that I gave you to diplomacy. So I will spend 4 more rounds of bardic performance. So Gideon, if you were going to whip these people into shape, sometimes you just need to be a little harsh with your words. I know that you're all lovey and bubbly, and that's great, but sometimes just drive it home. You know what I mean? Arr.
I will heed your advice, Jessup. You've always been wise. I'll do what
Just
I
put a
can.
little scowl. Let me see the scowl.
And he scowls very deeply.
So you have now acquired the +3 bonus from Jessup with that scowl.
And I'm assuming a skill like guidance is not going to help in this situation.
No.
No, that's why mine's 24 hours, so it makes sense. But
yeah.
yeah, the short buff
Cool.
durations.
So how much is the buff there?
Basically it's just my inspired competence, so it's just +3. But
Oh, still though, that brings it to an 11.
it's the 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Or
add
until I rest again.
3 to this roll.
Okay. Ooh.
Ooh.
So 18.
Yep. Pushing it close, buddy.
Okay. So, 1 second here. Okay.
This is fun.
Seriously?
Jason's like, you're getting so many soldiers.
Okay.
This is ridiculous.
That's yeah. Well, anyways,
What was that roll for? You're just
So
not going to tell
you
us?
guys. No, you don't need to know.
You whipped into a number of people into shape that you don't get to know.
So you guys go off and each do your own thing. Hursk and Jessup both go off to his homestead. Jessup gets with his friend Brock, the former ranger, and the two of you out there, you would actually see that there is a ranger there, like just a scout who came from the fort, and it's probably reasonable to believe that he might be responsible for some of these rumors that have been going around. And you do know that the rangers were scouting out the area before you had even left. So Brock and this scout that are with his that are at his homestead, after you tell them, like, we need somebody to go out there and reinforce us, they both will agree and volunteer to travel back to the rangers to relay the information and make them aware that reinforcements are needed. And that is an automatic check. So the defense points will go up by, I believe it is 5.
Yeah, it's not much.
So-
But thematically, it made a lot of sense.
55. Yep. And then Hursk, you're going out there and you are using survival to gather supplies. You know the area fairly well. You know a lot of areas that have high yield of various herbs and plants that are both edible and useful for healing. You also know some of the more lucrative monster dens that you can hunt for meat. And you go out there with your 31 survival and you do a very good job gathering in some of these supplies and bringing them back to town. And that was under these siege supplies, I believe.
Yes.
So another 5 points. So that brings you up to 60.
Mhm.
And Gideon, you are getting the militia together. You're maybe bringing the mayor with you, and he's giving a speech and kind of extolling the people, telling them that in this time of need, They have to rise up to the occasion, and as it says, a great number of the citizens who are kind of the reserves, they're not like full militia, but they've had some training, they come out and they gather at one of the areas in town, one of the town squares, and you are able to spend the next couple of hours drilling them, training them, maybe a little bit more. I guess how do you flavor it, since it was an intimidate check? How are you flavoring that?
The way I see it is that he's got no patience for anyone that doesn't respond to the call. So it's not so much that he's using, violence or confrontation. It's just that he's strict, and if anybody doesn't respond what he believes is their duty to protect their lands and their brethren in arms, he just doesn't have the patience to deal with it. So he's very hyper corrective of that kind of behavior.
You do draw the ire of some people. Your tactics are not what they are used to. It's not what they prefer. However, everyone is aware, and especially Mayor Tom is very beloved. So his presence kind of counters it enough, and they know that this is a situation that they do genuinely need to put their best effort forward. So despite not enjoying how you're handling it, they go along with it. They understand.
Well, and I think the biggest thing too, I sometimes intimidate always gets a bad rap for always being argumentative, but in my opinion, it's kind of the control. You command presence and command that they listen to you with your actions. That is not a real threat, but has that intimidation factor that you feel like there'd be a big consequence if you didn't listen, even if there's nothing behind that.
Yeah. And with that, you get 10 defense points, and you can no longer use this action with the primary militia, but you can do it 2 more times because you have those extras.
Mm-hmm.
So your defense points are currently 70 as the day draws to a close. Kieran has put in all the orders for any items that are being upgraded or bought anything that could be found. We did all of that off air. And so the night comes, and then the next morning, you guys all find lodging here in town. You can either stay with the mayor in his house, or you can get rooms in the inn, the Canary. However you guys want to do that. Either way, the mayor will cover your expenses in town for these next 2 weeks, given that you are aiding the town. So you don't have to worry about marking off money for meals or lodging. We're going to hand wave that.
So to be the best guest would cost him the least amount of money, so we should accept a room in his house, most likely.
So that's what you're going for?
Yeah.
It's probably nicer there anyways.
Right.
So
Jessup would be at his farm if that's okay.
yeah, you can stay there as well if you want. That's another option. You can stay with Jessup. You do know that, like Brock said, you did suffer a little bit of an attack from some wild beasts that were riled up. So there's some damage to the place, but it's still standing. So
I don't know. I doubt he'd stay there, but Gideon might spend any time if there's any barracks. He might just spend most of his passive presence there and then only retire till late.
There's a jail and the armory. There's no barracks.
So then the militia would be defended in the castle walls or in the house
There is
itself.
no castle.
There's
a town hall. The militia, they probably just live in their own houses.
Right. But
They're like volunteer
Jessup
firefighters.
just goes into some dude's house.
Yeah.
I'm sleeping with you.
No, sure.
You're essentially dealing with the Minutemen.
Right. So there's nothing. Maybe they've got in the battlements of the wall. There's a small space where they take their lunch breaks. Gotcha.
Oh yeah, they have places inside of the barricade, the towers here that they can at least
there's no proper
take
place where they stay.
Yeah.
I think Kieran's gonna probably stay at an inn.
Okay. So is anybody staying with the mayor?
Gideon then.
Oh,
Okay.
that was
Gideon
an
is staying
I'm
with
sorry.
the mayor. Yeah, so you can stay at an inn, you can stay with the mayor, or you can stay with Jessup.
I mean, obviously, I think I'd stay with Jessup because I kind of went with him, didn't I?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean
that's
it's
true.
easier to stay there than come back.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Jessup's like, you're not welcome here. Take
No,
my
Go
food.
back to Longshadow.
Yeah.
no. So Jessup's farm would have just kind of like the stereotypic farmhouse, that his individual house, and then there are other small cabins. And those cabins, one is where Brock lives, and the other ones are where Jessup's old ranger pals used to live. Once everybody retired, they all retired to this farm, and each one had their own house until they passed away. But he still tries to maintain those houses, so you could stay in one of those.
Oh, Jessup has a village. I like it.
Well, little tiny, tiny one.
All right.
Kieran will stay at an inn.
Yep.
Very
Okay.
on brand
And-
for everyone.
Yeah.
Each of the characters I felt like made very in-character choices for that.
And since you're all staying in a relative safe area, I'm not going to roll for any encounters or anything. So the next day comes, bright and early. You can all meet. What up?
Can I get commune? I don't want to role play it all out, but I just have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Biggest one is, first of all, as a party, are we all collectively decided on the munitions, siege crossing, wyvern, figure out where we are from there plan?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
but I guess how many horses were we getting?
If you get a medium wagon, you have to get 2 horses.
Well, I guess my thought was we got 2 horses with a medium wagon for Titan, and then the other ones of us got our own horse.
Well, Titan doesn't weigh 2,000 pounds, so you can carry more than just him in that wagon.
Yeah.
Right, but I guess between looking at like Jessup and himself, with me and my gear. I mean, gosh.
Yeah. The 4 of you and Titan would take up a good percentage of the wagon. You'd still have some left over. You could get multiple wagons. There's nothing wrong with it.
I'm voting at least 2 wagons if we can, with supplies to fix them if they get run down, like Oregon Trail style. Just because if we find any supplies that we want to bring or captives or anything, we have a way to transport them. Because it would suck if we don't have a way to transport these people, and then we have to go by how slow they are. We can't recruit
The 500 I just got is totally able to be contributed to that cause.
That's what I would do. I would vote at least
overspend
2 medium
rather
wagons.
than underspend. Yeah,
I would.
I
So,
agree.
like 2 medium wagons with 2 horses each, and you can split up and have all that if you want.
Yeah,
They move at the same speed, so it doesn't
Sure.
impact anything there.
2 or 3 depending on how long of a caravan we want. But 3 might attract more attention. Who depends?
Yeah,
Who
I'm
knows?
thinking 2, at least 2, or so we get 4 of the workhorses and 2 medium wagons.
Okay. Yep. You've got plenty of capital to get all of those. And the only other thing to consider is there are rules for driving vehicles if you're in combat. So if you ever were to
fight while aboard them, we can have a cool.
if you were trying to have like a Wild West chase battle on the wagons, you'd have to make driver checks.
I want to. Let's do it.
That does not sound like it's going to go well.
Yeah, no.
Does not sound like something this party's equipped to deal with.
Yeah, the only one of you who could make the checks, I think, is Hursk, because it's handle animal or driver.
First, ride side by side so he can use both reins for both carriages.
Yes.
He just straddles in between.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if a battle occurred, you'd have to stop and not try to escape, because running away would take a driver check. But
basically, Gideon will look for he doesn't need the full 10 list. He's just looking for divine confirmation or intelligence if possible. He'll propose their plan in a yes or no question to say, does that seem like a wise option? And then he'll pose a series of questions to verify the doomsday clock and if it's the most recent order or if we can expect 8 or 10 days, that kind of thing. And he'll use
I
all
can
10
tell
of
you
them
that
for
will
those
be
two.
unclear.
most of your answers are unclear, just given the nature
Yeah.
of this. There's necessarily no correct option.
Yeah.
But the general consensus would be, yes, this is one of potentially many wise options.
Right.
And yes, that countdown is about as accurate as you can expect it to be at this time.
And obviously, there's a lot of unclears as he spends all 10 of his questions to get to that level
Yes.
of understanding, which I think is fair.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So you all wake up the next morning bright and early. You meet up and you get your wagons, you get your horses, you all pile on, and you begin to make your way. Did you say the first place was going to be the munitions camp then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Start close,
So-
go out.
You all get a particularly large ferry to carry all of this across, and within maybe an hour or so, you are at the other side of the river. You begin making your way to the munitions camp.
Do we want to hustle at all for this period of time?
It's up to you. How fast do you want to get there? 8 miles if you hustle, 4 miles if you don't, per hour.
Actually, before we get up and ready and head out. Jessup would have a scene.
Okay, go for
Let's
it.
do the scene first.
So before we get up, Jessup would look to Hursk and, well, hope everything was comfy, cozy in there. I suspect we should meet up, but I just got a few things here I got to tend to. I'll catch up with you in a few.
Oh, okay, yeah, by all means. I'll see you back at town, I guess.
So a few moments later, Jessup would walk by into like a little gardening area, and there would be sunflowers, and he would pick one, and then he would walk over to a gravestone, kind of set the flower on that, and like, Lildrith, it's been a while. I hope everything's going well. Hopefully you're watching over Rizrin and Brock. I know those two need it. Things are really kind of happening a lot different than I thought. But I'm still here. Who knows for how much longer. But, just always pray for your guidance. I love you. And that's it.
Aw. That's so cute.
Okay.
That's so sad.
Okay.
Just doesn't need a role play, but as part of your morning preparations, as Gideon offers tea, he also gives each member of the party matching platinum rings. You all have friendship bracelets now.
Jessup's already wearing 2 rings. I can't wear a 3rd.
This one is not a slotted item. It's fine. It doesn't take your ring slot.
Are you sure? It says ring.
It despite saying ring, it does not take your ring slot.
Jessup gets confused on how to put 2 rings on 10 fingers. Or 3 rings.
You just have to be in possession of it. You don't even have to wear it.
Is that how it works?
Probably it's just a component to the spell.
Yeah.
So,
Warned
it
by
sounds
both you
right.
and the target, but it's still
See?
warned.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Wow. That said,
But yeah, it's not a magical item, so,
So
it's
it's-
not.
right.
It doesn't
Okay.
take up your magical slots.
because you can have 10 rings.
Yep.
4
It doesn't. It doesn't mess with the Wi-Fi interference of the other 2 wings. Rings.
The wings are ready.
The wings. Okay.
Okay. I say we hustle at least an hour. Because at most they take 1 non-lethal on the first hour.
They take no non-lethal on the first hour.
Okay. So
There's no consequence to hustling 1 hour.
12. And if we hustle again, we get there in 2 hours. So it's 2 hours versus 3.
How many miles is it?
20.
20 miles. It would take you. You'd have to hustle 3 because 8, 16. So you could get there in 3 hours if you hustled twice and do a normal hour. So it would take you 3 hours.
Okay. Everyone okay with that?
Yep. Kieran can't do anything to heal the horses, so the healers are the ones making the calls. It's your
they
resources.
They will be at 1 non-lethal damage and fatigue unless you heal them after that second hour.
And channel type healings are going to be our best options there for sure.
Probably because you have 4 targets.
Yeah. Do horses count as allies? I assume, yeah.
I guess. Oh,
Only if we give them names.
yeah. Give them names. What are their names?
Chris- if you
Crispy
give
and
them
bacon.
names. They're
Um,
not pigs.
Have to be.
It's to be crispy and bacon.
but I'll spend an
I will name mine Glue.
I'll spend an invocation to give them fast healing.
Did you say gloom or glue?
Glue.
Glue.
Because Brandon's a jerk.
Yeah.
What? How am I
It's-
jerk? It's a name. You're gonna name it Bacon.
What's the 4th
Yeah.
one?
What's wrong with it?
Hide.
Stick. Glue stick.
Elmer. Elmer's.
Okay. They have names now. So you expend one of your uses of invocation to heal them, you said?
Yeah.
So you get there in 3 hours. So it's about it's before noon. It's like 11 o'clock at this point. And you see in the distance the walls of the town of Ekru. You had learned from the documents that this munitions camp, they had taken over the conquered village of Ekru. And you also had put together that Ekru was the town that some of those survivors came from. So You guys see in the distance this town, and you begin to approach it. And do you approach it from the main road, or some other direction? The
Where-
main road to Ekru actually comes in from the northwest. So if you were doing just a straight shot, you'd show in from the south to the east, if
Yeah.
you wanted. So is that direction you want to enter from?
I would say.
Right.
Just the direction we're coming from.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just make sure that everything's on the right layer here.
Shortest distance between 2 points is a line, so that's how we go.
So I will move you guys to the munitions camp. I have revealed everything that you would see from the distance.
Oh, it's huge.
You can see, yeah, some of these maps are big maps. You would be
So, are
entering
we-
from down here.
Okay.
Or if you wanted, you could enter from anywhere else on the map. It just depends on how you want to enter. You know that the main gate is to the northwest up here.
So we're thematically coming in here, and then we can assess how we interact with the scene.
Essentially, you wouldn't be getting that close, probably,
Yeah, obviously.
but that's the direction you're coming from. You can see the walls in the distance fairly easily.
How deep is this? Can we just assume we get over it?
That is fairly shallow. It's not like a big river. It's more like a creek of some sort.
Can we
It
get
just
in
goes
through
the. What's that?
this? Can we get in through here?
Like, great.
It is barricaded. You could try to get your way through. You don't know how quiet you would be, and you don't know if there's an open line of sight there or not, but you could try.
What are these rocks apart from difficult terrain?
Those are the remnants of buildings, it looks like. They're like cinder blocks that have been piled and just thrown in a massive heap. And you can actually see over here some buildings or the remains of walls that were just destroyed. So it probably is just things got cleaned up and tossed in heaps in certain areas.
Any place we could acquire a vantage point to look around, or we're going to have to scout out pretty close to it?
You'd have to, there's no like mountain. Well, there are mountains, but the Mindsman Mountains are super far away, so that's not really an option. There's no big.
Immediately viable place to look over.
Correct. This is south enough of the Hollow Hills that there's no like big hills. It's
Or-
more like the plains over
Yeah,
here than it is.
less of a precipice, or there's no like cliffside or tree conveniently
Correct.
placed to climb like in the Fangwood.
Correct.
Okay, I say we approach from the south. We can even kind of sloop around a little bit, leave the horses and stuff tied to. There's no trees around. Is there a place we could conveniently leave them behind and without fear?
There are trees. It's just there's no like forest. There might be like a couple trees sporadically around, but so like you're not going to have an issue in that regard. But
So we'll do that and then approach on foot from the south, unless you guys want to loop all the way around and go from the north. Any oppositions or thoughts?
Nope, that sounds good.
South works for me.
So if we approach from the south, do we get more details on this building or the overall size of this building, height, stuff like that?
how close do you want to get?
As we walk up, I assume. There's no... I mean, unless you guys wanted to do some secret stealthy, I'm thinking we just kind of go. Up to you.
Charge!
I don't know about that option, but...
Shoot.
Oh,
That was
so
the
it just
opposite of what I
looks
wanted
like a
to
little
do.
bit of water is all we have to worry about there. Just like a little ravine. No,
That's the opposite of what I wanted to do.
no big deal, really. I wouldn't worry about it personally. Oh, okay.
I forgot that I had to invert it when I do it that way to reveal.
That's funny.
Nice.
But yeah, if you guys want to get a good vantage point, you can try to stealth up to some of these locations. I will say from a distance, you can tell that this area that I accidentally revealed and then hid, it looks to be some sort of pit. But
Okay.
from a distance, that's as much as you can tell. You can't see into it or anything. It is some sort of pit.
I'll also clue you all in with his very bright, shining armor. Gideon is incapable of stealthing reasonably. So
I mean, Hursk can stealth a little bit, and he could always send some scout beetles.
yeah, all right, I'm fine with that.
You could beetle scout, yeah.
I could beetle scout.
How many times
well-
per day can you do that?
Oh, it's a spell. 4 times.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine then.
It's just one level 2 spell.
Just do it.
Did I do it right this time? I don't think I did it right.
No,
Nothing
we
happened.
can't see anything.
Well, I didn't Yeah, I didn't do it right.
Also, just so that everyone in the world knows, and you can check it and make sure that I'm doing it right, Gideon has one less shield bonus right now because his other one's getting upgraded, so he just
Dun, dun,
he just has
dun.
the regular one.
So what is this spell called? Just Beetle Scout?
Insect scouts.
I typed in Beetle Scout, but it still came up. Right. So your scouts must spend 1d6 hours investigating the location, but need no oversight. When done, they come back. They travel 1 mile per caster level, yada yada. Find size, yada yada. Yeah, I don't care about any of this information right now. Each scout returns, passes along memories of specific locations, flaws, defenses, alarms, granting you the ability to reroll 1 failed scout check per scout, as long as the skill check involves locations layout, yada yada yada. Even if 1 scout returns, you still get a rough understanding of like a building's layout. Okay. So where are you sending these scouts? Are you splitting them up, or are you trying to get as much information about one area or the other? I revealed the one place, but
We can say that like half of them went to that.
okay.
That.
And how many do you get?
Yes.
Nice.
I get
Says
1 insect scout per
levels.
4 levels, so I think I
2.
did 2.
So you
one
can send
over
one
here,
to look over there and the other one to look into the
one here.
town.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Roll 1d6 to see how long it takes them to get back.
Minutes is this?
1d6
Hours.
Oof.
Oh, that's a way long time.
Yeah, it's up to you.
3.
3.
I would encourage not doing that in the future. That takes longer than I thought.
What are you gonna do? Walk up to the door?
Yeah.
What's in there?
I encourage Hursk to keep doing what he's doing because he's fantastic.
Okay. So your beetles both return, and you get the following information. I'm just going to start revealing a bunch of stuff.
Nice.
So to the west of
No,
the
you
map,
can't say nice. You didn't want to do it, Josh.
to the west of the map, you see the large pit. And I'll just kind of read the info about this. Actually, a lot of this info you would not know because it is sensory that they probably wouldn't be able to easily portray. You would know that in this pit there are a bunch of wooden ladders that lead down to the bottom of a 30-foot pit, by the way, 30 foot. And there's a couple inches of stagnant water at the bottom, which you can see there. You would know that there are also a number of creatures. So let me just start putting these on the map. This might take me a second to put them all on the map
Oh
here.
man, those look.
They're like undead goblins.
They remind me. We were talking about them the other day. The weird things from Lovecraftian horror, or not Lovecraftian, the Time Machine.
Oh, the Morlocks?
Morlocks. Yes.
Morlocks. They eat humans. Nom nom nom.
Nom nom. nom.
The beetle would kind of describe these, and you can make a knowledge something check on these guys. Let me figure out what the check would be. You also do see that 2 of them appear to be hobgoblins. You would know that pretty much by default. To identify these other guys would be a knowledge nature check.
Now, would only Hursk be able to roll since they're his
Hursk,
scouts?
yeah.
Hursk,
Hursk, you identify these are Morlocks.
Oh, so they are Morlocks.
Morlocks!
Did we talk about this? I assume we
Yes,
did.
you saw the corpses of some
They're at the
Morlocks at Radia's Hollow.
Oh man, these guys are. If you Google some pictures of these guys, they're terrifying.
Yeah, this
Listen,
is what
that's
they
the
look
future
like.
of
I
humanity,
blew it
alright?
up for you. That's what they
Future
look like.
humanity. That's what we're gonna look like in the future.
Ah,
Some million
nice.
years in the future.
You would know about Morlocks. Let me tell you what you would know about them. With a 24, you will identify them and you'll get 2 questions.
Okay.
You'll know that Morlocks are degenerate humans long lost from the world of light. They have
Yeah.
regressed through years of subterranean dwelling into ravenous, barely thinking beasts of endless night. They no longer remember the civilized lives their ancestors led. Typically, a Morlock stands just over 5 feet tall, weighs roughly 150 pounds. They walk on 2 legs at times, but often drop down to creepy 4-limbed shuffle when speed or stealth is necessary. You have 2 specific questions you can ask about Morlocks.
Any resistance, like damage resistance? Or...
They don't have any necessarily damage resistances, but they are immune to disease and poison.
Okay. And do they have any special abilities, attacks, something like that?
They do have a couple special abilities here. They
Give me
do have.
one.
You would know that Morlocks possess some ability called Leap Attack, which is basically they can make a single attack during a jump. And basically they can make it at any point along the course of the leap, the start, the end, or while midair. While jumping, it does not provoke attacks of opportunity for leaving a threatened square, and so on. And that their acrobatics is extremely high, so they can jump very well.
All right. I will relay that to everybody else. They're jumpy.
Goody.
Okay, and that is what you learn from the pit there. There looks to be maybe a dozen or so of them, and they're all like mining away at the rock wall, pretty much. They're just doing menial labor, and then there are these 2
They're
hobgoblins. that appear
enslaved.
to
We
be-
have to save them.
Yeah, we don't do that here.
Yeah, we have to save them.
There's these 2 hobgoblins that seem to be overlooking. The other beetle would be able to tell you that there is the front gate that
Okay.
appears to be guarded by 2 creatures that I'll just give it to you. They appear to be just goblins that are guarding the front gate. And then revealing the inside of the area is going to be a little bit harder.
Oh, he's carrying a little rat.
Yep.
He throws it at his enemies.
So what you learn from the inside of the area is that this walled area has a number of ruined buildings in it, pretty much. And I'll start showing a couple of them here. Some of the buildings are closed and cannot be seen through by the beetles, but a good number of them can be. I'm doing my best to try
I
to
see you've
get
got
this.
a diagonal
squares.
one to deal with.
Yeah, there's a couple here that are going to be fun. Well, and by couple, I mean literally 3.
So you meant a few.
There's a few. So get circle around this one.
Sarah would
So
be
there's
proud.
Thank you.
there's one large building that seems to be mostly intact, and the door to it is closed. There is a smaller building right next to it, if I can reveal these correctly.
Wow,
That-
look at this skill, the craftsmanship.
Also has a door on it. If I can click it.
Oh
there.
man, now that's a chiseled reveal if I've ever seen one.
That one messed up a little bit. I'm zoomed out a bit too much. So there's 2 buildings up there. Both have doors that are closed. The third one, I guess I can actually just reveal the whole thing because it's doesn't have a roof, so the beetle could see over it. That is the third one there. It seems to be some sort of stockpile that is around, more of like a brick barricade wall sort of a thing.
Okay.
That is what you learn from the town. You would also see your beetle would let you know that visible, just roaming around the open area, is a troop of hobgoblins.
That's
Yeah.
a massive hobgoblin.
Uh,
That's a mess.
troop
That is a
mechanics.
giant.
No, it's a troop, guys.
He
That is
sees
a giant hobgoblin.
Yep, it is either a group of 30 or so hobgoblins or a single 30-foot tall
Let me
hobgoblin.
tell
and
you,
the beetle can't discern which.
I'll tell you, a single giant hobgoblin would probably be easier for this party to deal with.
Yep. The beetles
Right.
just come back and they just give you they say hobgoblin 30 feet, and it's up to you to decide what that means.
I decide what that means. 30-foot hobgoblin or 30 feet worth of hobgoblin.
And Jason, how tall did you say these walls are?
The walls appear to be 15 to 20 feet. You can't see exactly from how far away you are, but they're decent.
In terms of scalability or breakability, what are they looking at?
Breakability would be very difficult, probably. Scalability, probably DC 20.
Good.
That's a DC 20 climb check, not an acrobatics check, if that's what you were thinking.
No,
A much higher acrobatics check.
I assume. Yeah. How hard would it be to jump over said walls versus climb? What's stupid is that some characters might, if built crazily, be better to jump than climb.
So that is what you're looking at. You can approach things as you wish.
Okay.
What do we think is the best course of action here? Would it be better to get in behind them rather than alert all of the creatures down in the pit?
Is this a path that leads down into the pit?
There are two paths that lead
This
down
one
into the
and
pit
this
more
one?
smoothly. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a couple ladders as well, but those are the two big paths that lead down.
Okay. I'm not much for strategy. I don't really know. I don't relish the idea of having a bunch of Morlocks at my back while we're in the town, but...
I've never heard of these Morlock beasts. Is there any chance that they would resist their captors should we free them, or what are Morlocks?
I don't know if I speak Moloch.
You would know, by the way, Morlocks, generally speaking, Morlocks are chaotic evil medium monstrous humanoids.
Yeah, they'd much likely eat you, Gideon, than be thankful, so...
They do
probably
speak Undercommon.
Probably not worth trying. We'd probably have to kill him if we ran into him. It'd probably come to violence.
I think we probably should try to infiltrate first and avoid the Morlocks if we can. You know, even if we can get in, there seems to be a bit of a choke point, so we might be able to hold them off if we can take care of what's inside first.
I agree. If so acrobatic as you say, and they can get all around us, it might not go well. But us being trapped inside this wall might not be the best either.
Well, we don't have to worry about that if it comes to it.
I will trust your judgment. All right, you guys lead the way.
Okay. Well, we can't really stealth. I mean...
Well, we could come from this side.
And do what? Climb up over the wall?
Yeah, how tall did you say it was?
From your distance, it looks like it could be 15 feet, give or take. Could be 20, could be 10.
That's not too bad.
That's not too bad, and with a
Oh,
rope.
wait, didn't we get a rope to climb?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
All right, I like that strategy. Let's climb up in.
I don't think that's going to be necessary, actually. If you all would just take hold of my arm, I can get us inside.
Oh, fly in. All right.
Oh, okay.
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 Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear.
Okay, so I'm gonna say we get pretty close.
I would just have the beetle fly behind us, Jason.
No, have the beetle touch.
Hold your
us.
hands. Okay.
Hold our hands, Titan.
He hops up on 2 legs using his new spell.
Yep.
My beetle, I forgot about that.
Activate
Wait.
bipedal beetle.
No, the beetle might have to fly.
Dude, he's what was it, the beast morph or the
Yeah.
beast wars?
Yeah.
I say choking the troop on the bridge, by the way, is our best strategy. Funneling them into...
I'm not good at grappling.
Sounds super
I,
violent.
was gonna say, I don't want to choke him. I mean, it's so personal.
Dude, he's a 30-foot hobgoblin. What do you want us to do?
You know, every time I talk, I just sometimes wonder why.
We do too.
We do too. Yeah.
I did that on... I knew what
Yep,
I did there. Yeah.
All right, so this isn't going to work out as well as I thought it was going to.
Should we
You
just
can only
use...
take 2 other people with you.
Yeah.
Should we just use the rope of climbing after all?
Well, no, one person can, and I can get everybody else in.
Oh,
Do
okay.
you have what I think you have?
Titan will have to fly.
Well, I think I
Yes.
can climb the best.
Yeah,
right?
so I'm going
Yeah.
to dimension door 3 of us in.
Oh, baby!
You dimension 3 of you all the way into the building up north.
No, that's why I got
In
close.
the
'cause
middle of the building.
No,
ideally, I
inside
want to
of the
just
30-foot goblin.
I just want to get us like 15 feet on the other side.
Dimension door, baby. I love it.
So those individuals make it across. The beetle can fly across.
Yep.
and Hursk can try to climb across.
But we have the rope to climb as well.
I was gonna say, did you guys
Yeah.
put the rope of climbing somewhere for me?
It's in the
Yes.
haversack. I
Yeah.
will give it to you. Actually, if you want to just take possession of it, I will take it off the inventory sheet.
I mean, theoretically,
Alright.
one of us could hold the rope of
I'll
climb
put it.
because that's attached to something. At 60 feet, we could have it snake up and over to
Yeah,
him because it's
it'll
only
be
15, 20
plenty.
feet.
Yep.
Okay.
So with that, you, I think by default, can make that climb.
Also, sorry, because this could come in handy. We have 13 potions of cure moderate wounds, so each of us will take 4. Okay,
Okay.
Right now.
just in case. Yeah, before any of this starts, we would have done this maybe even
We
at.
got
Yeah.
wands too, right? With the party funds, didn't we?
I don't know. I didn't
You're
take care
you're
of that.
saying cure
So whatever you
moderate
guys want.
wounds?
Cure moderate wounds.
How many? 4 each?
Yeah, because we have 13 total, so 1 will stay in the haversack, and then 4
Crazy.
can go.
I
to
didn't
each
even
person.
think to look for one, but we could look for a wand of cure light wounds when we come back. I did buy a wand for Jessup.
Oh. Okay.
Which was I think I might have given it to you. It was the one of Feather Step. A wand of Feather Step I bought.
Nope.
Okay, there you go.
I don't even know what that is.
It just makes it so you can move unimpeded in difficult terrain. So situationally useful, but I figured it'd be nice to have one. Especially
Assumed we were looking for a cure light wounds wand with our party fund. So Jason, if you want me to roll a d100 for that real quick to see if we have it.
Well, I think I didn't end up buying it with my money, but Jason had already rolled for it
Yeah,
originally.
I
for me.
thought somebody had rolled for a
we,
Cure Light Wounds wand.
and we couldn't find one.
No, we did. I just was going to buy it with my funds, and then I think Sarah had indicated that we were going to be using party funds for those types
Yeah.
of items, so I did
Yep.
not buy it myself, but Jason did roll for it for
Gotcha.
me. They did
Okay.
have it.
So we'll say that you have it then.
Yeah, so mark that off from the party funds and say that you have one.
Makes sense.
Well-
And yeah, no,
And that's
the
750.
That was
Yes.
cure serious wounds, right?
Yeah.
Feather Step is situational, but if we ever go back into the Fangwood or come across difficult terrain, it can kind of mitigate that for us quite a bit.
Even just being able to 5-foot step in difficult terrain is
It's so darn good, man.
so annoying.
Well, it's such a huge advantage being able to 5-foot step over somebody who can't. It's insane.
Well, normally they can 5-foot step and we can't.
It depends, but yeah.
Okay, so you guys all make it to the other side of this place. 1 second, though. I would need a stealth check from the 2 that crested the wall. So a 16 for Hursk, and then I will need a stealth from the beetle. So that would probably just be a dexterity check.
Okay.
14.
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad.
This was better than yours.
The beetle flies over the wall, which you identify as you get close. It is 10 feet exactly. So as you get
Okay.
closer, you can narrow down to 10 feet. Hursk climbs over the wall. You get to the top. You look out. You can see from your angle that troop over there, 30 or so, maybe a little more, give or take, of these heavily armored hobgoblins all looking around. But you feel like, given the distance, they did not hear the flapping of
Flapping.
wings, nor have they looked in your specific direction. I will say, I won't tell you what they rolled, but they have a plus 18 to their perception, but they're 120 feet away, so it's a minus 12.
Wow.
So
these walls, about how tall are we looking at? Do they provide cover if we run up to them?
if you see a segment that clearly looks like a wall, like these L's
Yeah, or
or
this.
this one here,
Yeah.
yes, those can provide cover. They're not like full walls or anything, but you can kind of think like war zone type
Yeah.
walls.
So,
So
in,
these could provide cover. Yes.
in theory, if we wanted to move, just charting it out, let me chart it out with this. So assuming we could kind of pedal like this, we could get about to there, assuming decent stealth rolls before being obviously out in the open.
Yes. Yeah. You would have to make stealth rolls just for noise and
Right.
all of that stuff. And there are gaps that they could see as you move, but you could go that route and get fairly decently close before having pretty much no chance of hiding.
Yeah, I say at least getting here and then maybe doing an initial opening volley, let them come to us or choke them at the bridge. The only concern is we don't know what's here or what's in here, but what are your guys' thoughts?
I think we know what's in here, right? Because it was open.
Yeah, it was open, so it's just munitions. There's no enemies in there.
The beetle did not indicate that there was anything of note in there, no.
So yeah, I do think then we can decide fight or just disruption, and we can just burn this stuff and leave. But I think that going here for a fight is not a bad choice.
Well, we don't know what's in the other area.
This spot
well.
or this spot, yeah. And I rather.
I think we might want to try to sneak in to see what's in there.
Okay, so sneak to this intersection here, and then let Hursk kind of mosey on ahead and see what supplies we've got. So he would have to go and do a single stealth check to get in.
Sure.
Well, you'd have to roll stealth checks to get there first.
Yeah. But I mean, once we were to that point, it would be just one more for just Hursk. So it's going to be, you move at half speed, right?
If you're stealthing, yes, you move at half speed.
And when we would have to start stealth checks as soon as we move. So I think it's going to be 3 stealth checks for Gideon and 2 for everyone else.
I thought you said we were staying here.
Oh, we could stay all the way here and just let him. Yeah, that's fine. That makes sense.
I don't want him to get too far away, though. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
my thought was getting all the way at least up to here together.
Okay.
And then we can figure it out from there. So to get you there would take.
Didn't you say your stealth sucks though?
Yeah, it's terrible. We're gonna get spotted, but we might be able to rely on the cover to at least get to that far.
It's up to you.
I can get a +6 to my stealth check, though. I mean,
Yeah, two stealth checks gets Gideon to here and everyone else ahead of him. So I say we roll 2 stealth checks and see how it goes.
I mean, Hursk, if you're comfortable with going alone, I just don't want you to feel like you have to go by yourself.
I think Hursk is okay with going up. I mean, we're only talking about what, like right here? Is that right?
Yeah.
Where
He's
are we talking?
He's basically assuming like getting up to there.
Yeah. So
and
for
then
me,
maybe trying
probably
to get in
so.
here. Maybe I don't know exactly what he was saying.
Oh, I thought they were talking about going to these buildings.
No, that one's
Getting to that building would be almost impossible unless you're invisible.
Getting to this
Yeah,
building.
we're just going into this one first to see what's.
Oh, I see.
Getting to
That's
this one
different than what I
is-
thought.
Yeah.
If you're quick, you could maybe slip in
Right.
before being spotted.
So just
But
so everyone's
otherwise-
on the same page, my idea or a plan is as a party, stealth up to this and hide behind the rubble, and then Hursk take 1 additional stealth check to check out this room, see what's in it, and then stealth back and let us know.
And the
I
other
don't think
option
we'll
that
get that far,
Hursk,
but
the other option that Hursk considered is everybody staying back and only him making those
That's-
2 checks.
that's the smarter one, I think.
yeah, let's
Alright.
give that. Let's give that a go.
We'll give that a
Okay.
go.
Go ahead and roll your first stealth check then.
Don't
As
forget
you
your
move
+6 is.
I will take my aspect of which one is it?
the
Lightning
centipede.
bug.
Is it centipede?
I
Is that
don't
right?
know.
I don't know. I mean,
believe
centipede
you.
exists. I don't think that's the right one.
No, I mean, lightning bug would be the opposite.
It is actually the
I don't know, spider maybe?
Phasmid? Did
I
I
don't
say
know what
that?
is.
It's like a cloud
Phasmid,
of
yeah.
small gnats. Is a phasmid? It's like a
Low light vision and stealth. Yeah.
Yeah, +6 to.
Phasmids are
What
an
kind of
order
bonus is that?
insects.
Is it an enhancement or?
It is
Competence
a
bonus to stealth.
competence
Oh.
bonus.
Phasmids are stick bugs type creatures.
Cool.
Cool.
Anyway, here's my first one. Ah!
33.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
And I assume the beetle's not coming with you.
No.
Okay.
The beetle's gonna hang out back there. Yeah. Stomp, stomp,
Dude, it sounds like Hursk is like stealthing with a weed whacker.
So you get close to this rock wall here, and you begin to move your way up. And as soon as you get to where there would be line of sight between these 2 walls, you dart across, and you hole up against this broken wall, and you kind of peer over it. Doesn't look like they've noticed you so far.
Sweet. All right, next check.
Okay.
Not terrible. They have a high bonus though.
Yeah, but they don't forget they do get mild penalties for distance. But
So
just checking.
you're moving over here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So whoops, that is 90 feet away, so it's a -9 penalty.
Okay.
Oh, you're gonna love this.
They saw me.
They have a +18.
Yep.
-9 penalty brings it down to a +9. They rolled a natural 20 for a 29.
But they can't get it because of the distance.
And I saw the natural 20. I was like, oof, 38 with penalties. That's probably going to do it. But it is exactly 90 feet away.
90 feet.
And that's generous. I took the closest corner of their square 90 feet away. So you managed to get up to the door. And as of yet, they have not noticed you. Do you attempt to open the door?
Yes.
It is locked.
Oh no!
Of course it is.
You can either attempt to unlock it or you can run back into cover. If you attempt to unlock it, you'll have to do disable device and then stealth. If you run back to cover right now, you should
We
be
still
okay.
have the chime of opening. I'm sure that won't give us away.
I'm just ringing a bell over there. Come on.
Ding!
The dinner bell.
Yeah, that wasn't anything. I won't even worry about it, honestly.
It's up to you.
I don't know if I have any bonuses to disable device.
Do you have knowledge engineering?
No.
Okay, so you can't gauge how strong this lock is or not.
Okay.
And you said this is open to the air?
Yeah, you could try to climb over the walls, but the walls are just like piled stone, so that might not be the stealthiest approach, but you can try it.
What am I gonna do?
Whatever is the most Hursk thing possible.
Got 6 seconds. 1.
Oh, no.
Oh!
2.
He'll try the lock. I mean, I'm not
Okay.
trained to disable device, so can I still try it? Or...
No. I think that's trained only, isn't it?
Yeah, that's my trained only. So my
So you
only
can't-
option would be to climb, but I don't love that. So
You could try to climb the door,
no,
I
no.
suppose.
not the door, the wall.
Oh, the wall, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's gonna go back.
Okay, you go back to cover. Do you try to rejoin the party?
Yeah,
Okay, roll another stealth check as you return. I don't think they can hit the 35 with the penalties. They could normally, but it was a good roll, but not with the penalties. You make it back.
And the
well, I
door-
did it without being noticed, but the door's locked, and I'm not very good with a lock.
Did it appear that it was actually a lock, or was it barricaded on the other side?
It's a padlock.
It's a padlock. Yeah.
Beetles don't know what padlocks are, so
But you know
I
what
didn't
that tells
mention
us? There's nothing in there that can come out after us, because if it's locked from the outside with a padlock, then we don't have to worry about what's in there right this second.
Excellent
That's true.
observation, Hursk.
Well, it could be something in there.
Could be something useful in there. I can fly up and over if you want me to. If we're trying to get through this fast, I don't want to expend too many resources. Is the only thing.
In my estimation, a fight is
How
unavoidable.
high is the wall? You said.
this wall appears to be. One second, let me just check. This wall appears to be stone wall appears to be 10 feet. Yes.
So couldn't we just use the rope of climb and have somebody climb over here?
Again, it's loose stone. You can
Oh,
climb
okay.
it, but it would be difficult to do so stealthily.
Right. That's why Hurst didn't do it.
Mhm.
Kieran's going to cast fly and invisibility on himself, and he will fly up and over
Okay.
the wall.
Given that you are 120 feet away, I'll assume that they don't hear you
Okay.
because that's a -12 penalty, so +6, and yeah.
Okay, so do you want fly
still.
check?
If you're going straight up, you'd have to make a fly check. Yeah. If you're just kind of maneuvering normally, then you wouldn't. You
Natural
will
2
also
for 12.
need to make a stealth check once you get within line of sight in the open air.
Well, I'm
He's
invisible, so
Oh, you're invisible? Then
yeah,
Yeah,
then I will hand wave the stealth check.
because you can circle
Yeah.
around
I
too.
cast fly and invisibility.
So you
Um,
don't collapse and fall into something.
Yeah, so you can't take 10 on fly, can you?
No, but you don't have to go straight up. You can. move at a
You can
45.
take 10 if you're not in battle.
Yeah,
I
so
don't
if
see
I-
why you can
Oh.
take 10 on it.
If I take 10, that's a 20. So I think that would be enough to fly up and over.
Nice.
So are you like flying over the wall and then back down, or are you going up and getting a bird's eye view? What are you doing here?
Well, I would probably like hover for a few seconds or like move slowly so I don't have to roll a fly check. Just to make sure there's nothing down in there. But if I don't see anything down in there, then I would land.
Yeah, so if you fly up, slowly circle around, hovering, you're invisible. You don't see any creatures in here. You just see, I'll read off specifically what it says. You see crates and barrels fill the entire southwestern edge of this kind of circular stone building, I guess you could say. A clean, acrid smell fills the area.
Gunpowder.
Okay, can I like roll perception to see if there's anything that would be useful for
From the air,
Well, no, I'm landing.
so you land down in there. Roll me a perception. Roll me a stealth.
Okay, so stealth is would that just be the plus 20 since I'm landing?
Yeah.
Okay, so stealth 32.
Is that with your plus
Um,
20 in there?
I
Oh,
imagine
yeah.
it's
Oh,
with
yeah.
the bonus.
And then my perception is a nat 20 for a 30.
Ooh, there you
Okay.
go. Nice roll, Sarah.
So you can see, like I said, there are crates and barrels that fill the area. You kind of come up to one and you start to quietly lift some of the lids, look inside those that are easily accessible. And you can see that the area seems to be filled with alchemist fire, sulfur deposits, supplies that would generally be a huge advantage to an army besieging a city. So, like I said, any sorts of explosives, sulfur, all that stuff. You find 4 other items of particular note. Do you have knowledge engineering?
Nope.
Okay. You don't know exactly what they are, but the visuals make you assume that they are noteworthy at the very least. I will make a handout. Oh, I know it's named that, so you'd know what it is.
We can just ignore the name.
It's a cannon.
I promise I won't look.
I mean, eventually you'll find out. So, I will make this handout available to you. You'll see what it's called, but that would have been fairly obvious from the picture, anyways. So make
Is
it
it a
in all
guillotine?
players and show it.
Oh,
That's
Yeah.
terrifying.
that's an explosive. That's gonna.
You
blow
see
up.
4 of these large breaching charges that have been stored in this area.
Really, with the nails and the bolts.
I love
It's
it.
awful.
That's a lovely image. They're really going all out on the art design for this item, and I appreciate it. It's very
Just set
goblin.
one of them off. They'll take care of all the rest of the stuff in there.
So those were the 4 items that I saw that were of note.
Yep.
Okay.
The rest
Kieran-
is mundane supplies that
Okay.
are dangerous, but not as big as those.
How many alchemist fire are we talking? Like lots and lots and lots?
A whole stockpile worth.
All right, Kieran's gonna put 10 in the haversack.
Okay, roll. It's going to take a series of stealth checks.
Oh, if it's gonna take a lot of stealth checks, then I'm not gonna do that.
Well, because presumably you're lifting an item.
And
then
putting it
stowing
into a
it.
bag. Just I won't do
It's
that.
up to
then.
you.
I'm
You
not
don't see
gonna.
any. You
Oh,
don't see
very
anything
loud.
in the area. You don't
Yeah.
see anything in the area.
I'm
but you'll
not
be
clanking
shuffling
them
through
together. I'm
stuff.
not like grabbing them all and
Yeah.
stuffing them.
Guys,
In the bag.
guess what I found?
Hey guys, I toss it over the wall to the others.
I mean,
No.
like I said,
I'm-
it's up to you. You don't see anything in the area. You're out of sight of the troop. So as far as you know, you're fine. And as long as you don't make too much noise, they probably won't hear you. But
Did
it's
you
get
just
a
up to what you want to
Stealth
do.
bonus still for
Funny.
visibility to put them.
No, just a 20.
Well, right. I
'Cause
guess
I'm
it's kind
moving.
of the funny thing is you yourself gets a stealth bonus for picking up a bottle and putting it into a bag that's making the noise when you're clanking it.
And you're already invisible and out of line of sight from the things or creatures that could presumably observe you, unless there's another invisible creature in here that he couldn't see.
Listen, he's very loud.
You-
when
You
picking
cast
up
see
things.
invisibility, and there's like 30 creatures in here with you.
All bug-eyed looking at you.
Right?
Nope, no perception. Fireball. I like the idea of just blowing it up and leaving now.
Right?
That's an option.
I
Yeah.
mean, so Kieran had.
Roll an intelligence check.
Set the charges and run.
Who?
I shall go well. It's a +0. 6.
Anybody who wants to.
Oh. I would.
I'm assuming Gideon.
perception?
I'm assuming Gideon maybe just like mumbles this passing thought.
Assuming we have knowledge of this.
Intelligence. my friend.
Intelligence, not perception.
Nope.
Yeah, intelligence, mate. Still a pretty fine, good roll though.
Okay. Jessup and Hursk, you would both know that it is definitely an option to just blow these up and run. However, if they were created by some sort of engineer, they could be recreated if they have 10 days left. So there might be additional things here that you would probably want to kill so that they can't just make more.
Mhm.
Well, I'm thinking we blow it up, but then we fight everything that's in here.
Okay.
That's my.
Oh,
Yeah, blow it up
wait.
and then they'll come
Wait.
running towards us.
Wait. But what if we keep these, kill them, then use these charges to blow up the other camps, like the siege equipment?
That
We're
might-
going all
yeah,
sabotage.
I would say that might.
So,
That might
Kieran, you don't have knowledge engineering?
I don't.
Okay, you have no idea if that's a viable idea or not.
But I have nobility.
Hey!
That's not
Woohoo!
I
Flavorful
have Arcana.
characters.
Kieran, you would know that in order to transport these, you'd need to ask somebody who knows more about them. So, like, maybe Jessup could roll a knowledge engineering to see, like, how volatile all these. Or you could. I would allow a craft alchemy as well.
I'll just
Anybody
bring
has
one
that?
back to him. I'll just completely pick it up. You know what? While I'm at it, I got 2 hands. I'll take 2 of them.
Okay,
She's gonna
Two of
drop
them.
one.
you want to
Fly
do
him
that?
up and over.
Wanna
And
do
just
that?
for good measure, I will, while I'm invisible and flying, I'm just going to take one and chuck it at the troop.
Yep. Roll me a bunch of D100s.
I know you're joking, but if you just take all of the alchemist fire and fly as an invisible creature
Right.
above the troop and just rain fire, they're
Drop
just- what are they gonna do?
I'm pretty sure that's probably a hostile action that would dispel my invisibility.
That's
Well,
true.
not-
You're
if
just
you
letting it
drop
go.
them.
You're just letting go. That's not hostile.
Yeah, that's just dropping something. Dropping an
Yeah.
item is a free action.
If an enemy happens to be underneath it, that's just consequence.
That's
I
how
will
it's
say,
hostile than my wife.
the
is
book
very hostile.
covers the possibility of taking them. It's just you don't know the checks that would be required.
Man, I gotta say, the book covers a lot of things that I am surprised it covers sometimes.
I've got it highlighted in green right here.
Yeah, like the number of contingency plans that they have for APs, even when they're pretty railroady, are just amazing to me. Like, oh yeah, if they try this often option that the PCs might consider, this is what happens. It's like, how did you write that ahead of time? How did you plan for that? And it's like 3 or 4 options on one action that a lot of them have it. Kind of impressive.
Okay, Kieran's going to fly back over and he will say to the others, looks like there's a bunch of just mundane supplies in there, some alchemist fire. I didn't see anybody in there. There are some very interesting contraptions I've never seen before. Judging from the looks of them, I'm not sure. It's probably not great. They're probably used for destruction. You know, this is a munitions camp, so I'm sure that they do some sort of explosions. I'm not very familiar. I can't tell exactly what they would do or how you create them, but I'm thinking, you know, we're probably going to have to end up fighting what's here. We may need to leave this for the end if it's locked. I don't think anything's going to get in right away, but I think this needs to be destroyed before we leave.
Well, assuming that it's locked and there's stuff in there, there's probably some sort of engineer or alchemist or something like that here. I suspect maybe they're in the big building over there. They probably have the key, I would guess.
Probably.
So what types of things did you say were? Like kind of like a bomb?
Yeah, more or less. Looked like it. There was 4 of them, all identical. And then there's alchemist fire. These looked to have some sort of, I'm blanking on the term for a bomb, the little string part.
Fuse?
Fuse?
Fuse.
Fuse.
Yes. Yes, Kieran doesn't say that. Just Sarah says that.
You, Sarah, is blanking on the term. I thought
Whoa.
Kieran didn't know.
No, Kieran didn't
Really role-playing.
blank on that. Yeah,
Quality
they all
role-play.
seem to have some sort of rope fuse. So I'm assuming that you light it and, either leave it somewhere or, maybe toss it. How big about did they look to be, Jason?
They are
Like a foot big?
so
Or like grenades?
they're roughly the size of like a barrel.
Oh, so they're big.
They're huge.
Oh my gosh, those are gonna.
They
blow
are
the
not
wall.
small.
Okay. Yeah, so it looks like they probably can do a lot of damage. So if we want to destroy this, those are probably the way to do it, and we probably want to be pretty far away when we do. But for right now, I think we need to take care of what's inside here. Kind of killing two birds with one stone if we can take out more of the Legion in terms of their army, and then if we can hit their munition storage as well.
Well, I got a crazy idea. If I can, try to take a look at these, perhaps maybe we could use some of these against the Legion. Assuming that, it's safe to transport and stuff. I really probably need to take a look at it and we get a gauge. But if it's locked, we need the key. Then we need to find the key. We need to do some Legion hunting.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's going to come to a fight, which I think we all expected.
Well, I know the last time we had to fight one of these troops, it really kind of caught us off guard, can outnumber us. Kieran, if you could still kind of float over there, you could probably rain some fire if you catch my drift.
Well, this only lasts for 8 minutes, and I think it's probably been just about that.
It's been a number of minutes searching through everything.
I'm sure it's only been 6 minutes.
I also didn't take any of that, just to be safe. I'm not good at spotting traps or anything, so I don't know if it would have been trapped.
I have a couple alchemist fires in my pocket if you want.
Well, if we hurry, I might be able to get a couple off before
Okay,
I go down.
Here you go, and Jessup will reach in and he can give Kieran his 3 alchemist fires.
Okay, I'll take them.
And then you can use your fireball wand and stuff. So, I guess, you guys ready to go kill a troop and some other goblins?
Oh, sounds great.
We're far enough away, I think, that Gideon will go ahead and cast Bless before we move.
Okay.
And I want to cast Mirror Image.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I'm good for it.
Yeah, we move in.
I also, before the day started, cast Martyr's Last Blessing, like I always do.
Oof. This is a rough mirror image.
Yeah, 3 images. Okay. All right, let's do this. Plan is Kieran's going to fly over and drop some mirror images.
Jason's like,
some
that's
mirror
fine.
images that we
I'm
get.
fine with that.
Yeah. So I guess as long as Fly is still going, his invisibility would still be going. So, I would still get that bonus to fly over there. And then the others will
Charge up, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. Try
okay.
to lure them over, but
So,
Yeah.
remind me how these troops work. You can't do things that target us one creature.
Correct. Yes, I can load up
I think
the
you
troop
can't.
rules
You
again.
can't use a spell to target one, but I think you can attack one.
Okay.
Okay.
yeah, like it's not a
so-
swarm where you can't. Like it's immune to magical or immune to physical damage.
Yeah, I think it's just immune to magic effects that target a specific.
Yeah, so like magic
One.
missile won't work, hold person
So a
won't
single
work.
troop occupies a 20 foot by 20 foot square equal to a gargantuan creature. It can move through any area large enough for its component creatures to move through. It's usually like 12 to 36 creatures. Troop traits. A troop is not subject to flanking. It is subject to critical hits and sneak attacks if the component creatures are subject to those.
Mm-hmm.
Reducing it to 0 hit points causes it to break up. Until that, it works normally. A troop is never staggered. A troop cannot be subject to bull rush, dirty trick, disarm, grab, or drag, grapple, rape, perdition, trip. A troop can grapple an opponent. It is immune to any spell or effect that targets a specific number of creatures, though it is affected by spells and effects that target an area, like a normal swarm would be, taking half again as much damage.
And it attacks everyone and deals automatic damage, right?
Right.
Anything within its reach takes automatic damage, just like a swarm. So it's like a swarm, except it has reach.
I guess I'm wondering its interaction with compel hostility. Would it be like an immediate action and Gideon takes all the damage, or would he roll for just one of the friends, like one of the allies, he could take their automatic damage to himself? Or I just won't cast it, but I was just curious how that would work.
So the spell says whenever a creature. I don't think it would apply to this because this is not a creature.
Gotcha.
It is a collective. So when somebody is hit, it's not like one person comes in. It's like 5 people are attacking all at once, sort of a deal.
I'm fine with that reading. It just also compel hostility would be any creature you could see, so I wasn't sure what that interaction would be, and how like if the swarm is whatever. But I'm fine with
Yeah,
that.
I would say that it sounds close enough to targeting a specific number that I will say that it probably does not affect the.
Yeah, that makes sense, because if there's 30, you would be basically affecting one of them, which would be negligible.
The other 29 will still
right,
do what they need to do.
Which would be negligible. So it wouldn't work. Makes sense.
Okay. So are you giving a round or two for Kieran to position and then all charging forward and rolling initiative, or are you rolling
I'm
initiative right
guessing-
now?
While Kieran's flying, I'll probably ask the guys if we want to split up, because that thing really can gank us. If it can't move through here, then it's got to come this way.
It can.
It can go through
It
this.
It can move through any area that its component creatures can move through.
Okay.
So
But
we
if we
might just
trap
want
it
to.
there, will it be squeezing?
it's like a swarm.
Yeah, we just want to make sure we're spread out this time.
Yeah, I agree with that. Gideon would like to take this stand here, and then you guys can go kind of wherever you want. I can move into position into the swarm pretty easily if I cast Grace.
Yeah.
So-
Is it tough to get across this, Jason? It's like, is it running water where it's difficult terrain or something?
It is difficult terrain, but it's not like you're going to have to make checks or anything. It's just a little bit slower to go through.
So I just don't know if, like, maybe Jessup or Hursk, do you want to come over, like, here? Try to pew pew?
Sure. Which
Yeah.
one? This one over here?
I was figuring somebody can just get over in this direction, because if Gideon comes over here,
Sure.
we're over here, we're separated enough that at least somebody's hopefully not getting destroyed with damage.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
fine with that, and I can tank
Yeah.
the most. So Gideon will wait a couple of rounds for them to get into position, and then after
Well, we
that,
don't.
what's
I
it?
mean, we're going to have to wait for the fire because we can't see him.
The fire.
Well, we don't know when he'll be in position because he's invisible.
Right. But you guys can still get into position.
Well, we'd have to roll stealth checks to get up there, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Kieran's gonna get to where he doesn't have a range penalty. So like there.
Okay, how high up are you?
So the walls are 10 feet. I'm going to say 20 feet.
Okay.
15 feet. No. 15 feet.
Okay.
Okay. And then he's just going to assume the others will follow once he does this, and so he will throw an alchemist fire.
Okay.
So do we want to follow first or simultaneously, or
Or is
He's
it smarter to just fireball?
Probably fireball right now. If you
probably
want.
fireball?
Okay. I'll do that instead. I will
Yeah.
have the wand of fireball out and we'll fireball.
I mean, as soon as we see the fire, then I'm rushing.
Yep.
So
With that, everybody roll initiative.
Okay.
Can. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So Hursk gets a 15. Kieran gets a 24. Jessup
gets
gets
a
a
15.
15 and
Hursk is,
has
Hursk is
a
a higher
higher
bonus.
bonus. So Jessup will put you at a 14. And then Gideon gets a 7. And Gideon's modifier. Okay, so put him down to a 6.
Well, that's good.
Okay. Okay, let me just get some of this around. All right. So, I'm going to rule that the surprise round is you flying over to get into position. So, we'll do first round of combat. You are first, you are in position, and you cast Fireball.
Yeah. Yep. If I am casting Fireball, I think I'm going to be back just a little bit more.
Okay.
I don't like being near that door. I think, actually, since I'm flying, I'll be flying over this water.
There you go.
Okay.
DC 16 reflex save to take
Okay.
either 23 or 11.
Solid roll.
That is a 22 reflex save.
11 points of fire
11
damage.
plus 5, so 16 points of damage.
Oh, right. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. You cast out a fireball and you see that it singes at a good majority of these creatures, but they are well armored and not much of their skin is exposed. And they are obviously still up because that would be anticlimactic if they went down so quickly.
With what, 16 points of
Yeah.
damage?
All right. So that is your turn. Moving on, we have Hursk.
Okay. So Hursk will double move.
Okay. Where are you going?
What's my movement? 30? Is that right? What is my movement?
Dwarves
My
are
charge?
normally 20 unless you have something that makes you have longer.
Oh, I have that spell, but I didn't cast it. So we'll just double move 40 feet
I
to
have a
right
spell
there.
I was gonna cast, but I'm slow.
And we'll have the beetle kind of do the same.
Okay.
Yep.
Jessup, you are next.
Battery low.
Wait for me!
Yeah.
So Jessup will move action 30 feet to there, and then he
Charging
will ready an
battery.
action to cast haste once Gideon gets within range, so that he can hit Hursk, myself, and Gideon.
Okay. That brings us to the Hobgoblin Phalanx troop.
Yikes.
So Gideon, you see this conglomeration of 20 or 30 hobgoblins all react to your fireball, and they're all like looking out crazily trying to figure out where it came from, and then one points up in your direction and they all turn to face you. They all pull out bows,
Of course they do.
and they are going to use an ability called Volley. A Hobgoblin Phalanx troop can fire a volley of arrows as a standard action. The attack takes the form of up to 4 lines with a range of 100 feet. These lines can start at any corner of any square of the troop's space. Each creature in any of these lines takes some damage, and a reflex save halves the damage. You
sorry,
are the
isn't
only
there a
target
wall?
that they can see.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got a wall. There's a wall.
So they are going to fire 4 volleys of arrows at you. So I need 4 reflex saves.
That's speed, Kieran.
Wow.
That's my bad save. Okay, so 1 natural 20 for 25.
That also
Nice.
succeeds.
2 natural 1 for a 6.
That'll fail.
3 natural 4 for a 9.
That'll fail. There's a 4th one.
Oh,
4 volleys. They don't have anybody else to target at the moment.
and then an 18 natural 13.
Another fail. So you are going to take. So the first one is going to be halved. I'll start rolling these in chat. So you take 4 points of damage from the first one.
Okay.
You then take 15 points of damage.
And I'm assuming does mirror image not help with that?
It could go either way. Either it just hits all of the mirror images at once, which I feel probably isn't fair, or since it is essentially a save or suck spell with quotations, it just bypasses them. I would treat it more like a fireball,
Almost
where
like scanner
your
or
images
something.
aren't hit or anything. It's just a volley of arrows that hit you. So you take the 4 points of damage, the 15 points of damage, 14 more points of damage, and then 17 more points of damage.
Kieran's
So-
not happy.
Good thing Kieran was bragging about that
As
max HP earlier.
as 3 dozen arrows fly in your direction. You take upwards of 30, 40 damage.
Wow.
That is the troops' turn. It'll step forward. Why not? That brings us to Gideon.
Is this little bit in difficult terrain?
Anything in the water is difficult terrain, yes. An argument could be made for this square, but definitely this one is difficult terrain.
An argument could be made that it's not, you mean?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. I'll run there, just because as he runs by, he'll ask if they want him to peel left or right.
Okay.
He'll ask Jessup.
Yes.
One or the other.
Yes. I'd say if he wants to go left, that's fine.
You had said spread out, and then both went the way Gideon was going to
Well,
go.
I was going to try to cast haste.
Right,
So I
exactly.
can move.
With haste, the difference is negligible. One way or the other is equal for me, even with the difficult terrain through the water.
Well, it's just going to help with like Hursk being able to get an extra movement speed for stuff.
Yep.
So
Yep. No, I just meant
So-
that the option between the two is still, we can still split up if we want to. That's all I meant.
I think you going right would be best. My only fear is if you go left and Hursk goes right, then potentially we're giving that thing cover. Whereas if you go right, you potentially are going to be drawing out more in the open
Okay.
for less covered shots.
All right. Yeah, I'll take that.
So I guess once you do your first movement, then my ready action would go off.
So
And I forgot to
will-
mention, Jason, I don't know if you care or not, but I would have pulled out the Wand of Extend, Metamagic Wand of Extend when I moved.
Okay.
So now we'll cast Haste on the three of us.
Ooh.
Yay! I love haste. It's
I
one of
do
my
too.
Favorite.
Big fan.
Big fan of haste. Cast it every
Huge
fight.
Kieran has never benefited from it.
That is not true.
Nope, he's never had haste.
I'm
He's
pretty
always
sure,
been excluded.
Didn't I give you haste when we were fighting on the ridges and you were flying up just ahead?
I don't remember that.
I think I did.
Sounds like lies.
But I think the thing is you don't really benefit from haste because you normally are flying, and you're normally casting spells, so you're using a standard action, so you're not really benefiting of multi-attacks anyway.
Kieran's becoming
Well,
more
if I had
martial.
haste, maybe I would multi-attack more.
Oh,
Sarah, that was
Ooh.
passive aggressive. just ask for haste
Wait,
if you
Can't,
want it.
can't sorcerers cast haste?
They can, but I don't have that spell because you have it. I thought it was redundant.
Ooh, that's a good quip right back though, Brittany.
Yeah, but redundant, but I never cast it on you. How's that redundant?
so
I can take it just for
Jessup-
myself.
Jessup runs up and he casts haste. Moves him in the initiative order just before Gideon. Gideon,
Yeah.
you still have, or was that double move to get up there?
That was a double move to get up there.
Okay, so it's
Else,
end of your turn.
if I was with range in when he casts haste, then technically I could get another 10 feet, but I'm fine.
Top of round 2, we are back to Kieran.
That hurt a lot. A lot.
Yeah, you suspect mirror image will be not as helpful as you might.
I'm seeing that now. Yeah, Kieran is going to he is going to use another charge of fireball. So
Okay.
another reflex save.
Another reflex save. Natural 19.
Okay, so you will
they
take
succeed.
9 points of damage plus 4, 13 points of damage.
Okay. 13
And
points of
then
damage.
Kieran's going to fly back here.
Okay.
And he is just like, he's been peppered with arrows. So as he's flying, like he's just like pulling arrows like out of his arm. And he'll land and kind of spit out blood and say, "All right, this is going to be a bit trickier than we thought."
Okay.
Used to be
Moving
an adventure like
on.
us. They took multiple arrows to the knees.
We go to Hursk.
Hursk does a whole lot of nothing.
Cool.
Because what can he even really do?
Well, you can shoot him.
Move, shoot, cry.
I can shoot?
Yeah, you could attack. You could attack the swarm. You just can't cast a spell. That
Unlike
only
a
targets
regular
one.
swarm, they are damaged by weapons.
Yep.
Oh.
You can hit them.
You're basically taking out the troops when you're attacking. So you are targeting one troop.
It messes with the action economy in weird ways, because, like, technically you're, like, shooting multiples of them with more arrows. But all you have
Hursk,
to...
can I see around that corner, Jason, or no?
It's going to be tight, no matter how you look at it, because it's going to be by the corner. Maybe you could get the corner of them, depending on where that wall collapsed. So it's definitely in DM call territory.
Yeah.
You could do it.
Okay. And he'd benefit from partial cover or whatever, too?
Yeah.
Cool. Nice. Good move. Way to interact with the terrain.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. Let's see how it goes.
See how it goes, yeah.
I hope it's good for you.
So you move up to the edge of that wall.
Yep. And take a shot.
Okay.
Pew!
So you take a shot at it. You get a 31 to hit. That will hit your target.
Yeah,
For
right.
10
Mid?
points of damage.
Don't forget Bless on there. I assume you have it, but that's a +1
Oh.
too.
No, I did not have it.
And Haste also will give you a +1 if you don't have that.
I did have haste. I didn't have bless.
Okay.
I don't expend resources just for fun, Justin.
I'm sorry.
So that is
I didn't-
Hursk's turn.
Yes.
Moving on from Hursk, we have the Hobgoblin Phalanx.
Did the crit hit?
No, he only got
He gets
one
one
attack.
because he moved.
He just clicked
Oh,
the double
that's-
one.
Dang it! Dang
Yeah,
it!
I just didn't
You're
turn
right.
off the second one. Yeah.
That
Sorry.
hurts.
That's what depression feels like.
Right.
The troop is going to begin moving in your direction.
No, don't kill me.
Don't kill me, please.
Going to move there. And that will be its turn. Moving us to Jessup. What you doing?
Crying.
Thinkins. So I'm going to move. So that'll be 10. Is it 20, 30, 35, I believe?
To get across, it would be 10, 20, 25, 35 to get to this space.
To here, okay. So I'll move 35 because my speed. Because forget what's haste give you? Plus 20 speed?
Plus 30
Okay.
up to double your normal. So if you have
Yeah,
a
so-
20-foot normal
Yep,
speed.
Jessup will just move up to the wall here.
Okay.
One movement. Second movement, he will inspire courage.
Okay.
So drop some inspire bombs.
Oh,
The troop is inspired.
Hope not.
Well done, Jessup.
yes.
I inspire all.
Okay.
And that's still +2 at this level, right? That hasn't scaled yet.
Yes.
Don't
I
make me
believe
feel
so.
bad about myself. Yeah.
After Jessup, that brings us to Gideon.
I don't know how important this is, but I don't know when else I'm going to use it. I'm going to go ahead, run right up into the dead center of them all. I can't because of grids. So,
You've got 40-foot normal movement.
yep, it's going to be a double move.
So you could get to the
We'll go to the back side of them. Well, the way I'm...
Okay.
Can you see the path I took? Does that work?
just know that it would provoke.
Well, I'm going to cast Grace.
Okay. Till the end of your turn, your movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Okay.
Yep.
That's a what level spell?
2nd level. It's a pretty big spell to expend for this, but I thought it was thematic.
So swift action, you do not provoke as you run up. Okay.
And get
How
right
far?
into the thick of them. What did I say?
How do you move that far?
Double move.
Haste.
Haste. 40-foot
Okay.
movement times 2 gets me 80 to there.
So double moving, swift action. Yep.
Yep. So just I think you can see my path, right?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
There's a number of different ways to get there, but yeah.
Yeah. I just had to round
Okay.
this was the only thing I had to make sure I did.
That brings us to the top of round 3. Kieran, because Gideon is surrounded by so many hobgoblins, you don't know he's there, so a fireball is still a good idea.
Okay. Kieran is going to. So putting away the wand would be a move action.
Unless you drop it, yes.
All right. I will put it away as a move action, and then as a standard action, I'm casting protection from arrows on myself.
Uh,
Oh, that's pretty good.
It's a good spell.
unfortunately, the troops say specifically, unless otherwise stated, a troop's attacks are non-magical. So they will not get past your DR.
Oh, that's unfortunate for you, not for
It's
me.
unfortunate for me, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like,
okay.
wait a minute. Are you? I was like, are you going to tell me it specifically says that it does not affect? It's not affected
Yeah,
by protection
I
from
thought you were
arrows
gonna say, like,
No.
because it's a reflex save.
No. You're good. You're
All
good.
right. So I just put a counter bar on my character, Jason, so you can keep me honest with my max. So.
Okay. I
That's my
can't
turn.
see it because I'm zoomed out so far, but cool.
Well, that's fine. Yeah. That's my turn.
That'll bring us to Hursk.
Hursk.
Oh, I think I'll move a little. Well,
Move a little. But right now you've got full line of sight and you've got some cover from the wall.
yeah.
It's kind of
No,
depending on how you want to do it.
Stay where we're at with Hursk. Don't want to put on any stiff.
I don't
I
know,
don't have
man.
point blank shot.
That sounds like a Hursk question.
That is a Hursk question. On deadly aim and rapid shot.
He's doing all the things.
Do you have precise shot?
Yes.
He has to in order to get some of those other feats. It's a prerequisite.
Hursknal problem. That's another natural 20, dude. Holy cow.
Okay. So a 17 will not strike your target. A 24 will only strike your target because it's a natural 20, which always hits. Otherwise, it would not have hit your target. A 13 does not confirm.
I've got some questions. Oh,
What are
rapid,
your questions?
rapid shot brings your max down by 3?
By 2.
2.
So how
Deadly
is it-
aim brings it down by
Deadly
probably 2
aim.
at this point.
Okay,
and then
and
rapid
then
shot
with the
brings it down
2
by
from
2.
Inspire Courage and the 1 from Haste.
Oh, I did not have Inspire Courage on. Sorry. Shoot. Just wasting spells here, people. I'm sorry.
And
That's
bless,
spell,
and
Yeah.
bless, and
I have
Inspire
bless.
Courage.
I have Bless on. I didn't have Inspire
Do you
Courage
have
on. I'm
haste?
sorry.
Because you only shot twice.
I do have haste.
So
So
you
I
can
could take
shoot
one more shot.
One more.
Regardless of the +2
Yeah,
bonus that you're getting from Inspire Courage, it's the same result. The first misses, the second
What are you
hits
good
but
for?
does not confirm,
That's so
and the
sad.
final one is a natural 1, which also misses. So
Oh, nuts. Nuts.
the Inspire Courage would add to your damage on the one that you did hit, so that would do 12 damage rather than 10.
Yep.
Okay. It is
Sad.
now the Phalanx's turn, unless you wanted to fight
Oh, yeah, the
separate
beetle.
with the Titan.
Yeah, Titan's gonna move.
Okay.
Let's see.
Go beat a boy.
He can get pretty well. I'll keep him out of range. Is that out of range? What's his range? 15?
You
I
don't
think it's
know.
only 5 feet.
Well, they can shoot a lot.
Oh, that's true. All right, we're gonna put him right there, though.
Oh, but they don't provoke, do they?
Okay.
That's right.
I don't know. They probably don't, I assume.
I think they specifically said they don't provoke.
That will bring it to the troop. The troop is going to move to be right here.
Which will provoke.
Will provoke from Gideon.
And I can't try to stop them. That doesn't sound reasonable.
Not to my knowledge.
23?
A 23 will miss.
Yes,
He
that one
grapples
guy.
all of them. Grapples all of them. Bear hug.
I was thinking even with like, because there's a feat that lets you stop, like when a move as a attack of opportunity, you can stop a character from moving. But I was like,
Right.
even that one, I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I don't
You
know
trip
if I would
one.
let my players get away with that.
If you don't let it work on a swarm, I wouldn't let it work with a troop.
Yeah.
So, creatures with the troop subtype don't make standard melee attacks. Instead, they deal automatic damage to any creature within reach or whose space they occupy at the end of their move. Blah, 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 blah. So, Gideon and Titan are within reach
10-foot reach.
because these phalanx troops have spears.
I don't
Oh,
like
no.
that. Those are ×3.
So both of you automatically take their spears damage.
Oh, that's right. I
So
forgot it's
3d6
automatic
plus
damage.
5.
At least means they can't crit.
Gideon and
Sure.
Titan both take 17 points of damage. And these guys have a little thing called tripping spears.
Oh.
Oh.
Hobgoblin phalanx troops are adept at using their spears to knock creatures off their feet. The troop attack gains the trip weapon quality.
Okay.
So they will attempt to trip both of you. My first roll will be against Gideon. So this is against your CMD. That is a 27 to trip you.
He falls.
Gideon trips. Hursk, not Hursk, Titan. That is a... Ooh, I doubt it. That is a 19 against Titan's CMD. Rolled a really low number.
Doesn't Titan
Yeah,
get
no.
massive bonuses also for being?
Yeah, he gets bonuses.
Is he
for-
also like hovering above the ground with his little wings?
No, that would be hard
No,
for
because
him
then
to
it would
do.
fall, wouldn't it? Because it just
Yeah.
got hit.
So,
Well, if
That
he's like
is-
an inch above the ground.
That's true.
that is the troops' turn. That brings us to Jessup.
All right. Jessup will drop performance, but it'll linger. Jessup will move action, put away the wand or the
Okay.
magnetic rod, and the second move action, pull out his bow.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
That will bring us to Gideon.
I guess he will 5-foot step here in case they shoot to be out of line of sight. But
One instance of divine touch.
And that does not provoke because you're doing it on yourself as a swift action.
Yep.
Okay, so you heal up 10.
Yep. This will provoke as he goes to stand up.
Yes. And as per the troop rules, troops threaten all creatures within their reach or within their area and resolve attacks of opportunity by dealing automatic troop damage to any foe who provokes.
Oh, really?
So you will automatically take 13 more points of damage. You're already on the ground, so the trip doesn't apply at this point.
would
but
be
you're
really
able to
funny.
stand up.
You get stuck into a.
he just do
trip lock?
cartwheels over there.
Okay. So that makes sense, although is sad. 5-foot step and 1 attack.
Okay. They
Club.
cannot be flanked, but yeah. You can still attack them.
Ooh,
They are subject to critical hits,
nice.
assuming that their normal ones are, and I believe their normal ones are subject to critical hits. So a 35 will hit. A 30 will also confirm.
Nice. 24 points of damage. Not
24 points of damage.
Shit.
Yeah,
Not
wow, nice.
bad at all.
Bad, Gideon.
You knock one of them on the head, and his head flies off.
Yeah.
Just the one, though.
Cool.
But the other ones took damage as well.
Well,
the
you
head,
hit
the head
and it
ping-ponged
hits
around,
other
and it hit a
ones,
bunch
yeah.
of other people.
Yeah. That's the curse of the enduring bloom. The blood just splatters on everyone
Yep.
and deals damage.
Okay. Top of the round of the 4th round, we have Kieran again.
Okay, Kieran will fly upwards at an angle
Okay.
to be, I don't know, 15 feet in the air. I don't know.
Okay.
And then I'm going to do my.
Are you ascending at greater than 45-degree angle?
No, he specifically pulled out his protractor. Or, no, compass.
Okay.
Keeping it at
Protractor.
39.
He's like,
39
all
was the
right,
first
if
time.
I go up,
Okay.
yep, he measured it. That was a swift action, by the way. He will breathe lightning upon them
Okay. That's
in
another-
such a way that they take much damage.
Okay. That'll be a reflex save
Just
from
roll,
them.
Just roll, Sarah. Hey, that's a good roll.
So it's a DC 18 reflex save for either 35 electricity or 17 electricity, or no, 25 electricity.
They roll a 19 on their their reflex save.
Don't roll will.
Will save would have been higher.
This isn't a matter of will.
Reflex is their worst save, so
Okay.
will would have been better. They rolled a 19.
Okay.
So they take half of
25.
37 is
No, it's 35 because I have Inspire Courage. So it's 35 damage, halved
30
is
half of 35,
17,
so-
and then add half would be
8,
25.
25. Okay.
Don't they take more damage if they have metal on? Or something like that? What's the
No,
bonus?
that
That's-
is
that's-
Shocking Grasp.
Yeah, that's for the
Oh,
attack
my
roll
bad.
on Shocking Grasp.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So you said how much total damage?
25.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Because because it's 17 because you round
Yep.
down earlier
Yep.
in the math.
Yep.
I had divided by
Yep.
2 and then
Yep.
times by 1.5.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not.
I
Yep.
understand.
Nope.
I understand.
Yep.
I understand. I understand. I
Okay.
understand. Always round down. I get it.
So they take that damage, and you see at this point only like maybe a fifth of them are still standing and in fighting order.
That's not so many.
Hursk, it is your turn.
Hursk.
Hursk.
That sounds like a Hurskinal problem.
So we'll probably start
That's pretty good,
with
Sarah. That was pretty good.
a Hursk problem. We'll start with Titan. He's
Okay.
going to bite him.
Bite him.
Ow.
Bite him good.
Ow.
Nom nom nom.
Nom nom nom. Did that work? There we go. Whew,
No.
took a hot
Yeah.
minute for that. There we go.
Did not work though.
Didn't
A
work.
16
though.
and a 14 will miss your target.
Thank you for playing, Hursk. Titan. We'll see you next time.
So Hursk is gonna take some shots. 1 second.
Okay.
Because he's now within point blank range.
Yes, he is.
Oh yeah.
I find that very funny because he's in point blank range of some of them, but not in point blank range of others.
Of all of them.
Well, to be fair, hitting Gideon, they are in range of some
Now,
of them.
before
but
we
not
get
all of
into
them.
all the drama, you've got Inspire, Courage, Haste, Bless, and Point Blank on there.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The 22 will miss your target. The 25 will exactly hit your target.
Oh,
Yikes.
14 points of damage.
wow.
This is right. No, it's
Okay.
not a gimme at all.
You're still up.
No.
You do have one more haste attack.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I always forget that one. Let's see if it'll hit. Will it hit?
On tonight's episode, will it hit? The
31 will
answer
hit your target.
is yes.
Another 17 points of damage.
Nice.
Okay.
Max damage there. Is that on both dice? On one dice. That's it. That's max damage.
At this point, if it were like they progressively lost members, then you'd be down to like 1 or 2 of them left, but that's
One
not
dude.
how it works. So they all look extremely beat up at this point. And it is their turn. They're going to 5-foot step here.
I don't know. They're in difficult terrain now. Just kidding.
Yeah, except they cover such a wide area.
I know. I just be.
So they are going to attack. Kieran said that he is 15 feet up, which would put him out of their 10-foot reach, or no?
Which would.
Okay.
Because there's 10 feet between them, in theory.
Yes.
If you're
Yep.
putting it on a grid.
So that would mean they do automatic damage to Hursk, because they can, from this corner, hit
Yep.
around there just fine. Titan and Gideon. So we will do. All of you will take the same amount. We'll just do one attack. So all 3 of you take 11 points of damage.
Okay.
My attempt to trip Gideon. That is a 35 to beat your CMD.
Do you just like. Is that fun for you?
And against Titan, this time it is a 28 against his CMD.
Yeah.
Okay. And against Hursk, oof, that is a 21 against your CMD. Hursk.
No.
Okay. So Gideon and Titan are both tripped, but Hursk remains on his feet. That is their turn. We bring us to Jessup.
All right, Jessup's performance is lingering this last round,
Mhm.
and he will 5-foot step and full round pew-pews.
Okay.
Pew-pews.
Roll
He
your attack.
can certainly thread it there. Perfect line of sight.
I'm
Yep, he's got plenty of
Yep.
options. He can
Plenty of
attack on that.
baddies that he can take care of.
The one guy left.
so I'm also within point blank, kind of, sort of.
Sure.
Yeah, technically.
Sure.
I would say if Jason can count reach from here for that, you can count
Okay.
point blank.
So swift
that's
action,
just
arcane
by the
strike,
rules.
point blank.
That's
Yeah.
not even a rule.
I am
That's just-
firing into melee.
I didn't say it was wrong. I was just saying by equal reasoning.
So Jessup will take his 3 shots.
Okay. 14 will miss, 9
Wow.
will miss, 20 will
Buddy.
unfortunately miss.
Buddy. That was oof. I'm
You
It
sorry.
fire
was
off
a
3
solid
arrows.
nat 3, and 9. So
Yep. You
He-
fire off 3 arrows, they bounce off of the armor on these
You need to
heavily
hit at
armored
about
soldiers.
15 to do damage. I just can't do it.
Yep.
Huh.
Okay.
guess I'll just take 3 hours off my inventory.
Yep.
We'll do that.
That brings us to Gideon. You are on the ground.
They
Nearly
deny
dead.
me. They deny me another full round attack and haste. Again.
I like this. I like this troop. This is a good troop.
Again, they do so. That said, I will stand up. We're gonna save my swift action for the end, depending on how much damage or how this all shakes out. I don't want to use it if I don't have to. So he's gonna stand up, which will provoke and deal automatic damage.
You will take 15 more points of damage as you go to stand up.
That is quite the hefty tax, sir. Dare I say? Oof. Don't like that. Brings me down pretty big amount. 5-foot step in, cannot flank because
Yep.
dumb reasons. And
Can
then
hit him. Try to crit him again.
try crit him again, and that'll do it. No.
A 19 will miss your target.
Yeah, let's not gamble. I mean, fun as it is, we'll go ahead and
Smite.
Did you take the damage? It doesn't look like you did.
Yeah, I did.
There we go. Now it looks like you did.
I must have not clicked off of it yet.
Yeah.
I've got it because I have it running on a calculator and
Yep.
on my character sheet because I don't want.
I just want to make sure.
I appreciate you keeping me honest, and yeah,
He just thinks you're a filthy liar.
it's okay. I know what he thinks of me.
Are you healing yourself or are you done? Oh, huh? You gonna do it? He's doing it. Okay, so that heals you the exact amount that you just took. 15 points of healing from your divine touch. And that's your turn.
Yes, let me just
Okay.
mark divine touch so I know. That I
That'll
did it.
bring us to Kieran.
And y'all can keep me honest about how many they are.
'Kay.
I did.
Kieran is going to fly back, fly over here,
Okay.
still staying 15 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, he's also like trying to make sure that he's not too high up so that people outside of the wall would see him necessarily. And then he will lightning bolt straight through.
Gideon.
So lightning bolt is a DC 17 reflex.
19 on the reflex save.
I died.
Okay. So that's going to be 25 again. Because half-
32.
I took out
You took
Inspire
out-
Courage for these,
Okay.
so this should just be my straight
So
roll.
25 more points of damage will disperse. You fire that lightning bolt through, and it electrocutes and arcs through a couple of their metal armor. Those of them that are not just instantly charred just disperse and fall unconscious as they are inevitably going to be shot down. So the troop falls.
Quit the combat there.
Yes, sorry. Can't find his voice. I will not falter. I believe that went well.
Maybe for you it did. I got hit by like at least 15 arrows. That was not fun.
Come here, Kieran. I can do my best to heal you as much as I
Oh,
can.
I don't know if we need to worry about that just yet. I can take a potion or something.
I'm going.
Do you want one of these potions back?
No, I've got 4 of them. I'll deal with what I've got for right now.
What?
Okay, so I will use a cure mod for 2d8 plus 3 and get 10. Nice.
Man, that was a really bad roll. I'll go ahead and use one. I used 2 instances of the wand. No effect.
I mean, there was an effect.
I was like, to no effect. Do you have spell resistance?
It had an effect.
Too
It's just you
little
didn't like.
effect.
what
Are
the
you
effect
undead?
was.
Yeah, I did not like what happened. And I guess I don't know if I should use a potion or not. It seems like kind of a. Gideon's got enough combat healing through spells that he'll go ahead and use a potion. That's fine. Reduce his count by 1, and this is going to be 2d8 plus 3.
Kieran, if you want to come over here, I can help you out a little bit.
If you want, but don't use it too much. It's not that bad.
So he will expend a use of his Cure Moderate Wound spell.
Oh, I thought you were using the wand.
Ah, you already said it. No takesy backsies.
You go to touch him and he's like, no!
I haven't used any level 2
Flies
spells
away.
yet, so. Jessup grapples.
He's shot down by another troop outside the wall.
Ooh, that was a cure.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
That was a good one. 2 7s.
I was like,
Yeah.
wait, is that...
Sevens.
Because I rolled 10 on 2... Or I rolled a 2 and a 5 on 2d8.
That's one more instance of a wand, so just tracking the time and all that.
Yep.
That'd be 1, 2, 3.
Well, Kieran, that kind of worked. Sorta. I'm sorry that you got shot. I guess I didn't realize that they had arrows and bows.
Well, normally my spells work against that, but for some reason this one I just had to be dodgy, and I'm not really good at dodging, so I just got peppered with them.
Well, I think you dodged the first one very valiantly, but then the other ones just kind of...
Yeah, I got too confident. I was pretty impressed with that, and then, I didn't realize there was 50 other arrows coming, and so where I dodged was where the arrows were, and I just... Yeah, it didn't feel great, but I feel much better now. Thank you very much.
No problem. All right. Well, I guess we need to maybe keep it down a little bit and see if we can push through. Just about look over. Does it look like there's any disturbance with the doors over here?
Yep. So Gideon, he rolled a perception check as you guys were talking. Gideon, you do not hear anything inside that small building, but you do see that the door is locked with a padlock.
Okay.
I
Yes.
assume this is also a padlock.
Yes, Jessup, it appears as though there is another padlock. Perhaps if we can find the chain of keys, it will unlock all the doors.
Well, I guess we have to check every single one of these bodies. Maybe they've got the
Yeah,
keys on them.
That's obvious. So I guess we'll go into the big building because that's where the big baddie with the key would be. Of course.
Yep, let's keep moving. Try to get through this as quickly as we can.
Yep.
I'm going to say my fly spell is gone.
Haste with
Depends on how quickly you go there.
Yeah, haste with extend might even still be up.
If you guys go over here immediately, then your minutes spells will still be active. The haste would have been for 18 rounds. That combat went 5 rounds. Would have probably taken you 2 or 3 rounds.
5 rounds of healing, 1 round for the check, so 6 rounds
And
total.
then to move over there.
7 rounds total.
So you could get to the door with like 6 rounds of haste remaining.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guess breach and clear.
Well, is our plan just to open the door?
It's up to you.
I think so.
I don't know of any other way to get through it.
So I guess as we're moving over there, Kieran will, forego a move action and try to cast open close on the door before they get there so that we don't have to use an action to open the door.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Gideon will ready an attack if something's there.
Before we go in, Hursk's gonna cast Cure Mod on Titan.
Titan.
He could have done that during the allotted heal time earlier.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll that, and you can heal him up there. So yeah, as you guys start getting close to this, you see that a canvas tarp acts as the roof of this burned out stone church. And as Kieran goes around the corner, casts open close on the door, opens these wide cathedral doors or church doors, and you guys step into line of sight, I will reveal things in the room that you see.
Sounds like a typical DM kind of thing to do.
Sounds
Yeah.
like incorporeal are in there.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just have the feeling they're incorporeal.
So you see inside of this building, the doors open. As soon as the doors open, you guys get close. You can actually hear there's quite a bit of noise coming in there. Inside of this building, you hear bubbling beakers that crowd the tables and large sacks of powder, black, yellow, red, white, all kinds of different powder that are in crates and sacks around the sides of this building. You hear some clanging of metal on metal, and the air as you get close is heavy with the smell of alcohol and rotten eggs. And as soon as you get within line of sight, so basically where you guys are standing so you can see inside, you see a couple of creatures inside. You see two that look like this, that are working at desks at either side. They appear to be hobgoblins, similar to the ones that are in the pit that the beetles talked to you about. But then you see two other creatures that are much larger and much more strange.
Ooh. Whoa.
No.
Whoa, blow that up.
Oh,
it's like a. That's
like
pretty cool.
Numerian technology.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, it's like a mix of trees and like wood and machine and golem, and I love this.
That's a construct of sorts.
Yeah, this is great.
He's got
And
a giant syringe for a hand,
Yeah,
and
I
then
hope-
little syringes on his other fingers.
Yeah, I hope you
oh,
don't
I
have-
hate it.
I hope you don't have phobia of needles.
I hate it so
Yeah.
much.
There's gonna be so much poison damage. Oh.
Tetanus shots, yeah.
As soon as the doors open, you hear the voices inside saying, "What was that?" And then Gideon gets within line of sight, and immediately both of them raise their hands to point at him, and they both give the order, "Attack! We're under attack!" And I need everybody to roll initiative.
Initiative.
How do they know we're here to attack?
Gideon's not
Reinforcements.
Does Gideon's
subtle.
armor blind them?
Actually,
I just rolled the
yes,
same
if you
initiative.
could be so kind, Jason. Assuming that it is bright day, and assuming this creature is affected by it, I'm gonna need him to roll me a will save.
Isn't it within 30 feet?
Yes, the first one is. The creature.
The creature.
I don't know if it's affected by it or not, but it is.
Let me look at something to see.
Yeah. It relies on sight, so it might not matter.
I hate when they give two different types of creatures. Okay, so this one's from Serpent Skull, so not that one. Okay.
That tells me everything I need to know.
Does it?
Yes.
So
Okay.
we'll make one of them red, one of them blue. One of these guys will be red, and one of these guys will be
It
blue.
sounds like that popular song that was going around. That could be red.
What popular song?
Well, it was a TikTok trend where people were singing how they could be different colors.
Okay.
What you're talking about?
I am not up on trends, apparently.
Okay, so I
Okay.
rolled initiative here. That is some amazingly terrible initiative rolls.
Are you talking about ours or
Oh, I
yours?
forgot to roll.
9.
I forgot
Okay.
to roll.
Because ours are not
So-
spectacular.
Kieran's is a 24. Hursk is a 12. Jessup is a 16. And Gideon is a 15. Well, I won't need any roll-offs. But we have a 16, 15, 14. Oh, we missed a 13. Dang it.
What's Titans?
Titans is the same as
I
Hursk's.
know.
Okay. Combat begins. The first round of combat. We have Kieran. You hear something within this tarp-covered church yell, "We're under attack." What do you do? I will say your mirror images are still up. Your fly would still be up because it's only been like less than a minute or so, so you still have those.
Okay. I'm going to delay.
Brings us to Jessup.
I was wondering if you could blow up the hobgoblins.
We
Let's
love
see what they
pictures,
look like.
Jace.
What was that? Oh,
Oh, I thought you meant literally blow them up. I was like, we didn't get the stuff
No,
to blow
no.
them up.
I was just curious to see what they look like. Okay. So they got crossbows. Maybe. So Jessup will So he'll run to the other side of the door to get out of sight, but he'll just kind of like run through while looking to see what he can notice in there for monster lore checks. And I guess he will attempt to roll a monster lore check on this Mr. Needlefingers.
Okay. That will be a Knowledge Arcana.
Dokie.
It's got to be golems or constructs, I mean.
Ugh. I may know their name.
Okay, we will see.
Jerry Needlefingers.
Jerry Needle. That's pretty good. That
Okay,
deserves
so
attention.
it's 16. You have no idea what this is.
I have no idea what the heck that is, but it's got middle fingers. I think the
Nice.
blue one's name's Jerry. The other one's Ben. Anyway, Inspire Courage.
Okay. You move up, move action, inspire courage. You do your knowledge check. You're not able to identify exactly what these creatures are.
Useless
That brings
bugger.
us to Gideon.
I don't know what these things are either, man. This is terrifying.
I'm sure they don't have any special abilities, and you could probably one-shot them if I were to guess.
I'm gonna charge.
Charge!
That will provoke, as these creatures have reach.
They flat-footed?
These creatures are flat-footed.
Cool.
Spit that out all over.
Yeah, there's nothing saying that they can't be.
I'm glad we came to an agreement.
You're good.
Isn't that what improved uncanny dodge?
Yeah. Okay, so with that,
They only have
Bless-
slightly better uncanny.
Bless
dodge.
should still be up. Inspire Courage. I just got Charge
better.
and Haste. If I'm
Yes,
all not mistaken.
charge and haste and inspire courage.
Yep. Let's see how this goes. Ooh, that should do it.
32
Nice.
Nice. Strong opening.
will strike your target.
Yeah, what are you gonna say? No, I would run away. We're in the wrong spot.
I hold the line. Screw this.
Oh,
Okay,
max
15.
damage though. Nice.
Your mace collides with the side of this creature
Can I break
that
all
you
the
don't know.
vials so he can't poke me?
You go to hit it, and your hammer, you do dent it, but for the most part, you bounce all the way off. You do dent it a little bit, though.
Enough to infer it's got some maybe
Bludgeoning DR.
Bludgeoning DR.
Um,
An Arcana check would probably tell us that.
Yeah, bludgeoning or piercing DR maybe.
it's got something.
Okay, can I roll a knowledge local to determine DR?
No.
He's trying to discern the type of metal, Jason. He's going to roll profession metallurgy.
Yes. That's
You
fine.
can't.
Says who?
This is me.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, that's not very nice.
But you do charge up, and you do a little bit of damage to this creature.
History.
I'm gonna go after Gideon, just by the way.
History and religion are gonna be worthless for me. It's strictly Arcana, I imagine.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
On these guys, these are just regular hobs.
Those are regular hobgoblins. You could roll a knowledge local on them, but you know everything about general
I'm
hobgoblins.
not worried about it.
Okay. Kieran wants to go next, so I will drop him down to I'll make him a 15. I'll make Gideon a 16 and Jessup a 17. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to cast Shield
Cool.
on myself. Where's my buff? Okay, I've got Shield up. I'm going to move.
Oh, I made him blunder.
By charging?
It's debatable that I should have gone for the ranged guy.
What an idiot.
So I will move to be there.
I mean,
And
I don't
then-
know about that debatable. it certainly would have been more optimal, but not that much more optimal.
Okay, so
I
you
rolled
move
a-
into the room.
Yes. I rolled a 24 on Knowledge Arcana to identify these weirdos.
That will identify them, and you will get 1 piece of information on top of that.
What do the pokers do? What do the pokers do? Or does
Let
it
me go
have
ahead.
DR for sure? Either of those.
Bring up
whichever.
this creature.
Or whatever you want. You play
Oh
your
man, this
character,
is gonna be
Sarah. I'm sorry.
this is gonna be interesting. You identify these as creatures known as alchemical golems.
Oh, they are golems.
Not
They
very
are
original.
neutral large constructs. A rickety construction of glass tubing, metal, and wood convey the brain and two eyes afloat in this creature's glass skull. This golem is a walking alchemical nightmare, capable of inflicting all manner of painful wounds on its foes. Its ability to follow orders is granted by the otherwise mindless humanoid brain that floats in its dome-like head, while its animating force is a curious combination of alchemy and elemental spirits bound into the fluids and the metals of its body. You get one question.
Okay. Well, first off, he says that to everybody verbatim.
Verbatim.
Yep, in 6 seconds, just like an auctioneer.
And then I kind of want to know DR, but I also want to know. I'm gonna go for it. What's the spell interaction that they have as golems?
Okay. Alchemical golems are immune to magic. So an alchemical golem is immune to spells or spell-like abilities that allow spell resistance, save for spells with the sonic descriptor. Shatter damages an alchemical golem as if it were a crystalline creature, and that is it.
Okay. Feeling it would be shatter. Okay. All right. He will say as much, specifically directing to Jessup and say, Jessup, your spells might be really good against these things. And that's
It
my
doesn't
turn.
say which spell.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, it
Oh,
doesn't-
I
Jessup
say
casts
sonic
Good Hope on
spell.
it. Oh,
Your shouting spells. That's my
Okay.
turn.
That brings us to the red golem.
Come at me, Kohem.
The red golem is going to throw out of the side. It kind of detaches a vial from its leg, and it's going to throw a bomb.
Oof. I love these things, man. These are some cool baddies.
definitely very unique for
Yeah.
sure.
For
So, as a
sure.
standard action, an alchemical golem can throw a bomb as a ranged touch attack
Oh,
to a
just
distance
like-
of 60 feet, no range increment. If the attack misses, treat it as a thrown splash weapon.
just like
Anyone
an
struck
alchemist.
by it takes damage. All creatures adjacent to the location where the bomb hits take some other damage.
So who is he throwing towards? Because with my calculations, he can make it he can make it to either of us and splash damage behind us.
He is going to throw it at the first creature that walked into the room,
Okay.
which is Gideon. So this is going to be a touch attack.
Yep. It will hit, by the way.
Does a 21 hit your touch AC?
Oh yeah, like I said, it's all of these are gonna hit for sure.
Okay. So you take
4d6, 3d6,
34 points of acid damage.
Way more d6s than I was guessing. Holy cow! That's
Yep,
that's
34 points of acid damage from this creature.
Good thing I have acid reduction.
You do.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, just passively acid resist.
The other golem takes 6 points of acid damage because every creature adjacent takes some others. And
They're
I
not
don't.
immune to their own damage?
It doesn't say anything about having resistances to energies.
Very interesting.
I
that I'm
mean,
seeing here.
not all most alchemists are.
Yeah, but I would have thought whoever created these would kind of add that as a thing. Maybe not.
Acid resistant armor.
No, I'm not immediately seeing anything, so
Okay.
I'm going to assume that it takes some damage as well. It's not a whole lot, but
Maybe it heals it.
I'll deal 34 damage to take 6 any day of the week. That is the red golem's turn. He'll maybe move up to here, but other than that, that is its turn. Brings us to this guy over here. What is he going to do?
Give up, surrender, say sorry,
Okay.
apologize.
He is going to... Yeah. Oh, is he going to do it as well? Yeah, he's going to do it. He's going to throw some bombs at Kieran.
From where he is.
Oh,
What's
that's
that?
rude.
The blue one is doing that.
No, this is this guy.
Oh, he has bombs too.
Yep, he's going to step up here,
Curse is
and he's going to throw 2 bombs at Kieran.
Oh man, lots of that. Oh man.
So the first bomb is a 19 against touch.
Yep.
Okay, and how many images do you have?
3, 4. Roll a d4.
Okay, so I will roll a d4. A 1 will hit you. 4. One of your images goes by.
Do you have to roll
Yeah, he has to
blur
roll.
concealment on an image?
Blur concealment?
Yeah,
You have
because I
concealment?
have blur up. Didn't I cast blur?
I don't remember.
You cast
saying
shield.
that.
I don't
No,
remember
sorry,
you
I
casting
didn't.
blur.
I didn't cast blur. I thought about it. I did
Okay.
not end up casting that. I cast
you
So I
need
will
to
roll a
roll
d8 to
D8.
see where it lands.
I'm assuming 1
Yes.
is this square, just for all the
Correct.
board.
Going clockwise, starting from there. I rolled a 2, so it lands here.
Quick rules interaction for those of you who don't know. Splash weapons, bombs, and the like. When you miss, you roll a d8 to determine which square around that person it actually landed, and then it deals damage to people 1
Yes.
square away.
And bombs, their splash damage is their minimum damage.
Yep, which is pretty
So
bad.
both of you take 6 points of fire damage.
And there's a reflex save.
There is a reflex
Yep.
save for it, yes.
For a half.
Let's go ahead and roll a reflex
Ooh,
save.
is my 10 gonna do it?
Kieran, you fail, so you take 6. Gideon, you actually succeed.
So I,
And this is what kind of damage?
Fire
Fire.
damage.
I can't
So,
remember
plus
if
fire.
it does half or negates all with a reflex.
It's only negates if you have the evasion.
I can't remember if bombs were unique in that property. It's specified under the alchemist ability, if I remember.
Yeah, well, it might specify there, or I can look under the thrown splash weapon. I mean, these are alchemist class. So if you see it in the alchemist class, then that would be correct.
Okay. Let me go to this.
Yeah, it might be better to look in the alchemist class actually,
Half
because if the
damage.
reflex
Those caught
save,
in this splash damage can attempt a reflex save for half damage. The DC of this save is equal to 10 plus half the alchemist level
Okay.
plus the alchemist intelligence mod.
so you take half. You take
Charging
3 points of
battery.
fire damage.
Yep.
All right. That is going to be its turn. Hursk, you are up. You have line of sight on almost everybody in the room. However, most of them have so the 2 red ones will have soft cover because you're firing through your allies. If you move up a little bit, you can get a line of sight on blue without any issue.
Don't forget you have Inspire, Courage, and Haste.
Mm-hmm.
And Bless still, I think.
Yep, Inspire Courage, Bless, Haste, and yep, all those. What you doing?
Is he AFK?
No, he moved.
No,
Are
he
you
moved
muted?
himself.
Is he
Can
muted?
you guys not hear me?
Yeah, no, we
can
couldn't hear
back
you.
now.
Oh, weird. Okay, yeah, no, I was talking the whole time. Okay,
Oh.
I put all that stuff on. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot at blue.
Okay, full attack against blue. Go ahead and roll your attacks.
Yes. Point
This is
blank
against
shot,
the-
rapid shot, deadly aim, inspire courage, bless, haste. Okay.
So,
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Yeah.
Oh, I added that damage to the wrong one. Okay, I was gonna say blue took more damage than Gideon dealt, but the damage should have been on both. So let me give the HP back to red and take it from blue. Okay, continue. A natural 1, 13
Oh
will
my
miss
gosh.
your target. A 24 will hit your target. And a
Nice.
second 24 will also hit your target. Your first arrow rebounds to no effect. Your second arrow does appear to slash at one of the tubes at this creature and deal some damage.
All right, and then we're gonna move the beetle.
Still hasted, so you've got your movement.
Oh, does the beetle benefit from haste?
No, I don't.
No?
believe, Does he?
Why not?
Wait, I have it programmed, so he must.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of Good Hope. Never mind.
Yeah, haste is not mind affecting, so it
You're
should
right.
still.
I was thinking Good Hope.
Oh, excellent. So he gets some extra movement.
Yeah, so he should have 40-foot movement,
Yeah.
so he can get in there.
Get in there next
It
to.
will provoke.
What? Oh, Because having to get in there. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
You will provoke going through its
Fine.
10-foot reach. Yes.
Yep.
So
How much movement does he have, Justin?
40.
So if you still want to do that, then that's fine. I will roll
Yeah,
an
go ahead.
attack against the beetle.
The
So a
beetle.
slam, this alchemical golem goes to slam at the beetle. That is a bad roll, but it's still a 28 to hit.
No, sir.
It's a very bad roll.
That's
You
not-
cannot crack the beetle. That's not true. If you're calling it a bad roll and it was 28, like,
Well, it
get
was
outta here.
single digits. So
Oh my gosh.
you get there. It misses
Okay.
its attack opportunity.
And we'll take a bite. Nom 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 nom.
A 32 will hit your target. 14, some of that goes through, it looks like. You Titan dents one of the legs as it begins to bite and gnaw at it. Okay. That is Hursk's turn. That will bring us to the blue alchemical golem. Okay. It is going to take a full attack. It's going to split it up. It's going to do one attack against Gideon. The second attack will be against Titan.
Who
It's
is
got
this?
2 slams.
Okay.
The blue alchemical golem, the one right in front of you.
Who's doing a slam?
Yes. It's actually going to 5-foot step back, and then it's going to do that.
Okay.
So, first attack against Gideon. That's a 31 to hit.
Yeah.
And then the attack against Hursk, and by Hursk I mean Titan.
Yep.
That is a 32.
Yes.
Yes, 32 to hit.
Okay.
Okay. So, Gideon, you will take rubbish damage. You will take 12 points of bludgeoning damage. And when an alchemical golem strikes a foe, the attack has an additional random effect. You will have to roll me a fortitude save.
Yikes.
24. As this creature goes to slam at you, some of the glass kind of cracks a little bit, and the liquid begins to pour onto your face somewhat, and some of it gets into your mouth and it's in your eyes, but you are able to resist any sickening effect.
Yikes.
The attack against Hursk and by Hursk I mean Titan,
Yep.
deals much better damage.
No.
That is 20 points of damage.
Whew.
And against Titan, we'll do the same effect. Go ahead and roll me a fortitude save.
Okay. Fortitude save. And how much was the damage? 20?
20 even.
Whoa. Fortudinous beetle.
Oh, wow.
With a 24,
Yeah.
he resists the effect of this liquid that sprays onto him, and he's good.
Okay.
It is now the blue bombardier's turn, who is going to throw some bombs.
Bombs over Baghdad.
He's going to throw 2 bombs at Titan, because that's the only one that he has a good line of sight on.
When do I get to act?
Rude.
Sorry, didn't mean to.
You are the second in the round.
They haven't gone yet.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this is this guy's first turn.
Gotcha.
So he's going to throw 2 bombs at the Titan. These are against touch.
Okay.
Oh, that might actually miss.
His touch is pretty low.
Yeah, this was a natural 2. It's only a 14 against touch.
Nope.
Okay, so
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I rolled a 7. Where does that go?
Right here in between Gideon,
Okay.
so it hits everyone.
So the golem, as well as Titan and Gideon, all take 6 points of damage. So blue takes 6 points of damage.
Reduce it by 3 if you roll high enough.
Oh, that's right. He gets a reflex save. The alchemical golem has. Oh wow! They have a good reflex save,
Free
but he
information.
failed it. So still 6 points of damage. You succeed, Gideon, so you take 3. Titan, he can make a reflex save to make that 3 instead of 6 points of damage.
Okay.
He failed, so full 6.
Yep. All right. I already took it out, so we're good.
And then his second bomb
They're doing fire damage.
I could have been putting point blank shot on, and I forgot. This is fire damage, yes. So the second one, also against touch. Better roll. This is an 18 against touch.
Yes, that hits.
So Titan, this is going to be a little bit more damage now. So Gideon, you'll have to roll me a reflex. Wow. Okay, so that kind of evened out there. Titan takes 15 points of fire damage. Gideon, you take 3.
Yikes.
Top of round 2, we come to Jessup. Things
Holy
have gone
jeez. So Jessup will drop performance, but it should linger. Jessup will move back here. And then Jessup will cast a spell.
down. Okay.
45 feet. So I should be in range for ear-piercing scream.
Okay. So yeah, it rolls a fortitude save.
And it's targetable by that.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
should be, as far as I can tell. It's immune to any spell except for spells with the Sonic descriptor, which this has.
Yep, so it just needs the descriptor.
Yep, it rolled an 18 for its fortitude save. Wait, fortitude save.
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry,
So
it is a
it will-
13.
Oh, nice.
It would be...
So it fails.
Oh.
Yeah, I rolled its reflex, not its
Oh,
fortitude. Its fortitude is
beautiful.
much worse. So it rolled a
Oh.
13.
And
Nice.
it's
So it will
dazed.
take full damage and daze for 1 round.
Okay.
So it takes, for 2 caster levels, what level are we again? Oh yeah,
9.
9. So 48. Or 46. Because I
Roll
maths.
roll your 4d6 damage.
No, I get 40. I get extra bonus damage.
That
Because
was
Kieran-
sneaky. I liked that.
Oh,
Hey, 10 points of
Oh.
damage.
Not so
spell
great.
straight.
And it is dazed.
The dazed part is going to matter a whole lot more.
Yeah. Yeah, that will make a difference because a dazed target is unable to act normally. It takes no actions but has no penalty to AC. So for 1 round, it is.
You get a free
Dazed.
pass. Yeah.
Yay!
Let me just make sure that there's nothing in the construct traits that will negate that.
That was horrible damage, though.
They have no constitution.
I guess not the
Let me
worst.
see. Oh gosh, don't bookmark the page. Dazed. They're immune to all mind affecting, disease, death effects. Not a subject to ability damage. Immune to any effect that requires a fortitude save, unless it also works on objects. I don't know if that
No,
applies here.
Because the target is 1 creature.
Right. So the damage would still go through, but I don't know if it's actually dazed.
I don't know if it actually is.
I
dazed.
don't know because the daze spell is mind affecting and
Well,
They're
is
immune
this is a
to mind
condition.
affecting. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like
I think
daze
that's-
cause daze.
I would
think-
say the saving throw for this spell does not say object. So
Correct.
the damage obviously goes through. I'm totally cool with that, but I do not think it is dazed.
Doesn't it have a mind? It doesn't have a brain?
It does. It has a brain. But-
But it still has the construct traits.
Hmm.
A
Weird.
brain for motor function.
Yeah, I
and
think
not
it's
much else.
mindless, though.
Functionally, yes.
Soulless
Right.
It has an
better.
intelligence of nothing.
Oh, yeah.
So
Boo.
Okay. Still deals 10 points of damage though. Now it is your turn, Gideon.
Okay, 5-foot step back in front of Kieran. Swift action for that. Nice healing, 3d6.
Okay.
Okay,
Good old 6 points of damage.
yeah, classic. You love it. Move action. We will invoke an invocation of resistance against fire. All allies within 30 feet will have 6 resistance against fire.
Okay.
Oh.
That'll at least negate the splash damage.
Yep, it'll
Yeah.
at least negate the splash damage. And the way I counted it, I think they're throwing more bombs, even though the acid is more splash damage. That said, I cannot chance anything else, so we're gonna go ahead and, as much as it bites, we're gonna cure serious wounds.
Okay.
I think it might actually be 4 points of resistance because isn't it based on your omdura level, not your
Yes.
overall level?
It'll be 4.
So 4.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct. So 4 points of resistance. Still pretty good. Well, no, it increases by 2 for every 3. So it starts at 2, goes up by 2, goes up by 2.
Okay, that's fair.
So it's 6. Yep. And it doesn't
All
affect
right.
me is the downside. But with 24 and then 6 was the other amount that I healed. Okay, still fighting.
Okay. All right. Phew. That brings us to Kieran.
Okay. Kieran is going to put a hand on Gideon's shoulder and give him don't know which one of these is better.
Just you get.
I will give you resist energy fire. And it's going to be 20. So you have resist energy fire for 20. And then I will move to be here and draw my glaive while I move.
Nice. Good turn.
Okay.
Good turn. Some efficient turns, these guys. Very nice.
That brings us to the red alchemical golem. He is going to... Yeah,
Or well spaced out.
he's gonna throw another bomb.
I know. I was trying to decide between fire and acid.
It's against 2. That's the question.
Jessup,
Yeah, he's gonna throw another bomb.
throw it at Jessup.
Jessup.
Jessup!
I think he's
He
got
is
3 or 4 valid targets, depending on how you feel like ruling things. I think 3 for sure. 4 is a maybe.
I'm gonna roll
and-
a die, a d6 between Gideon and Kieran. Gideon was his prior target. Kieran is the closest.
I'll take odds.
Okay. I rolled a 5.
Gideon it is.
Gideon, you will take. It's just easier to roll all these in the chat because there's a lot of die. What am I doing here? Yes.
Go ahead and roll your touch attack.
Nah, I just assumed that I hit.
I mean, it
Miss
got
out on
one.
one.
mean,
Miss out on
you
one.
might get a
That's
1.
22.
Okay, it was
Okay,
close.
that'll-
Why would you?
I don't
no.
know. My flat-footed
Jason.
is 26, but I don't have any touch, dude.
It was
You-
in single digits.
I needed you a nat 1, buddy. I needed it to be a nat 1.
Okay. You take 26 points of
Oh,
acid damage.
That's,
Lord.
That's manageable.
Okay.
Ugh.
See,
I hate
that
combats like this, though, because I feel like I'm not doing anything helpful except for just being an absolute HP sponge. That's not doing damage back, though. Terrible.
Red is going to back up, and he is going to drink a thing. That'll be
Probably a
his turn.
mutagen.
I ain't telling you. You don't need to know.
Probably a mutagen, though.
Yeah, that is his turn
Oh, Josh, we're
Brings us-
paused on stream, by the way.
to Hursk.
That's good to know. Sorry, everyone.
Hmm.
Boop, 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 boop. Move around.
Yeah, so Titan's gonna run away. He don't
Okay.
feel very good.
He will withdraw from combat.
And then Hursk is gonna keep firing at blue.
Okay.
You can do it.
The golem blue.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Oof.
A 14
more?
will miss your target. A 17 will miss your target. A 29 will hit your target. 12 points of damage. You do slightly scratch it a little bit. Sort of.
I don't like the way you talk about that.
Oh, it's got some nasty DR, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You scratched it a little bit. Okay, that is your turn?
Yep.
That brings us to blue. He's going to 5-foot step up and 1 attack against Kieran, 1 attack against Gideon.
Which one first? Or does it not matter?
Do Kieran first. He'll start with... We'll see. If I hit Kieran, I'll move over, but if I miss, I'll just keep going. Well, he'll probably still hit. Oh yeah, that's totally 27.
Yes. Roll a
Very much.
d3.
Okay, so I'll roll a d3. A 1 hits you.
Yay!
So it'll take its second attack at you since it didn't hit.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll hit 28.
Yep.
So roll 1d2.
Fingers crossed. Yeah! You always get miles out of that.
Oh, goodness.
So your mirror images are gone, but you have expended its turn. Fine by me. The blue one down here will drink a thing.
Ow.
Top of the round, we have Jessup.
Justice performance will linger for the second round.
Yep.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy.
Things are looking kind of rough.
I don't know what you were talking about.
This is going swimmingly.
Gotta modify this one guy's stats because he took a thing.
And it didn't work right.
A question.
Yeah.
Do their bombs count as ranged weapons?
Yeah.
So, like, protection from arrows ranged weapon?
Yes.
But are they magic?
But they're dealing energy damage. They're not dealing physical damage, so DR wouldn't apply.
Okay.
Jessup will 5-foot step up, and he will cast Good Hope, and we are all within 30 feet of each other.
Oh, nice. Good hope.
And the performance is still lingering this last round.
So that doesn't stack with Bless, but it's just better.
Yes.
You're darn right it is.
Yep.
Okay. So you cast that. Okay.
Come on, guys, we can do it.
Although apparently I have it programmed right and it's still adding it on top, so I'll just be aware of that and maybe uncheck Bless.
I just don't check Bless because I don't think there's any reason to.
Yeah.
I think the.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, because Bless gives you a bonus to fear effects, but this one just gives you a straight +2 bonus on save throws, period.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. That brings us to Gideon again. You've hit this thing a couple times. It's honestly still looks pretty good. Heal yourself for 10 points of damage. Okay. It's like your 5th one or something like that.
4th, I believe. I have 3 left.
Okay. What's the plan?
That bites.
You know these things hit hard. Very hard.
Yeah.
So
You've
run
only
out,
dealt.
barricade the door, set up the charges around all 4 corners. Just watch them burn. Just watch them burn.
I like this.
That's what Brandon would do. Jessup's a little different, but.
Sorry, it's just this is a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, it's a bad situation. Your attacks aren't seeming to do a whole lot against these things.
Like not really at all, or without having an informed decision about that.
Chipping,
Yeah.
but really not doing a lot. Like it's dented and scratched, but nothing has been Like, it's taken more damage from its allies' attacks,
Ooh.
almost.
Perhaps if you kill the dude mind controlling it, it'll just fall down. That's what happens in games. Kill the mind controller. Go for the hobgoblin.
I don't know
That's
about...
what Jessup's good hope is. I have good hope that you're gonna defeat the master controlling him with his mind.
I don't know about that, but I feel like
Jason's smirking, I'm right.
serious choices need to be made. We're gonna risk it.
Okay, what are you going to do?
Maneuver. Can I maneuver? Yeah, I can. To there. With 40 feet of movement.
Probably, but you're going to provoke to do it.
I'm gonna cast Grace again. Oh, I already used the swift action. Shoot. That's not gonna work. Okay. Sorry about that.
Yep.
You could get to the red one though, couldn't you, without provoking?
No. Because I'm within 20 feet right now. Or within 10 feet of his reach. Who cares? We've got everything we're ever gonna have for us. So let's see how we do.
You know that the 3 in the back have not yet been hit. So, it's up to you.
5-foot step in. Full round attack.
Okay.
Fighting defensively.
Okay. -4 to your attacks for a +2 to your AC.
Oof.
All of those will miss. 20, 12, 14, all of them will miss your target. Kieran, it is your turn.
Oh boy. Kieran will trying to decide if it's better to try to take out the golems or the bombardiers.
Yeah,
You could fireball and hit everybody. Right here.
They wouldn't hurt them at all.
Why?
Because fireball is subject to
Right.
spell resistance.
But these two.
He will attack the blue guy and
Okay.
see what happens. So they said I have my glaive out.
Yep.
So I'm going to
Just so you're aware, you can 5-foot step in the middle of a full round action.
right. That's what I'm wondering. So I think I will do one swing with my glaive, and then free action. I will grow my claws, and then I can do secondary attacks at a -5.
If you 5-foot step in.
So if you have an iterative, you could do glaive.
I don't have
5
an iterative.
Okay. So you can do glaive, 5-foot step in, and then you could do claw bite, but all 3 of those would be at a -5.
Okay.
Or you
All
can
right.
step in and just do claw bite without taking -5s on them, but you don't get a glaive attack.
I can't do claw because I have my glaive in a hand, right?
You'd have to drop it to get both claws.
Yeah, that's not happening. So I will glaive, 5-foot step, bite claw.
Glaive is a
Okay.
two-handed weapon.
Yes.
It is. Okay, so glaive attack will be a 19. Natural 4. That is
We'll miss your
garbage.
That
All
would
right.
have been some decent damage, but
So the bite is going to be -5, 23.
a 23 will exactly hit your target.
All right, so that's 5 footsteps. So that's 17 biting damage,
Okay.
bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, and then one
A
claw.
little bit of that goes through.
Claw is better at a 31 minus 5, 26. So that is 11 biting,
You
bludgeoning, slashing.
you do almost nothing, but you do something with
Do
the claw.
you have Inspire Courage? I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, I have all that
That's
on there.
DR10 then, basically.
And then as a free action, he's going to say, I think we need to rethink this and get out of here. Regroup. Things aren't going well. And that's his turn.
Okay. It is the Red Golem's turn. The Red Golem was attacking Gideon. It is now unable to do so. It is going to move up and take an attack at Kieran. It does too much damage to risk hitting its own guy. So it's going to be one slam against Kieran. These guys are absolute trucks. Yikes. That's that. I don't know what your AC with all your buffs is. 24.
That's my AC.
Rolled a natural 5. You take... Where the heck is my... There it is. Ouch. Okay, that evened out. 17 points of bludgeoning damage. And this one, I will have it do an additional 3 points of acid damage with that attack. Bombardier. He is going to pull out a vial and drink it. And let's move there. That'll be his turn. It's hard to put buffs in this. Hursk, it is your turn.
Hursk is going to shoot at Red Hobgoblin, not Goblin or Golem.
Okay.
The only thing is you might get cover because of me.
Yeah, Kieran is in your way.
Is there cover for blue?
Oh.
No, you can fire at blue, fine.
Oh yeah, I'd rather fire blue than with no cover.
Okay.
What am I going to do? Let me change some stuff. Hang on. Hurska Durska Durska.
Herska.
Okay.
And your hasted attack still.
Yep, you just saw a hasted attack.
Ah, yes. Ooh.
I really
The
hope-
25 will hit your target. The 20 will miss because of the mutagen. And the 30 will hit but not confirm.
And we've got all your buffs in there.
The mutagen they took boosted their AC just more than it needed to be.
Because Good Hope will give it +2, Inspire Courage is still up, and Haste is be +5 total, so that looks
Does
right.
it work if I use immediate action Gallant Inspiration to help his crit confirmation roll?
Yes.
What is Gallant Inspiration? So, this Word of Arcane Empowered Inspiration often ensures success. Cast a spell when a creature fails an attack roll or skill check. A critical confirmation is an attack roll.
Yep.
So, yes.
So you will then, Justin, be able to roll an additional 2d4, and that'll give you a competence bonus, but it'll be 2d4 minus 2 of that, because you're already getting a competence from my Inspire Courage.
No. Yes? Is Inspire Courage competence? I don't think so. It
I
is.
believe so.
It is. So yes.
Yeah.
2d4
So, roll
minus 2.
2d4.
Oh, come on!
Oh, lordy.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
It's-
man.
Its AC with the mutagen
It's 22.
is 22.
Okay.
Nuts.
You
I mean, it
needed
still hits, but
anything higher than that to confirm.
So
Oh,
16.
man.
So it takes 11 followed by 16s for 27 points of damage. Okay.
That bites.
That was good use of a spell.
2 of your arrows do strike true on this creature as it snarls out at you in a weird sort of frenzy because of how mutagen works, lowering its mental stat. That is Hursk's turn. Unless you want to do something with Titan, he can run in there.
No, thank you.
Okay. It is the blue golem's turn. It's going to continue its previous course of action. It's going to start attacking Kieran. If it hits, it'll attack the other guy, try to spread things out. If it misses, it'll keep going. 26.
Yep.
Oof.
You take... I didn't even look at what that roll was. Okay. 17 points of damage. And roll me a fortitude save.
11.
You are sickened for...
Jace, you're getting a little deep fried.
You were sickened
Not-
for 4 rounds.
It's only for you, not for me.
Let me leave and rejoin Discord.
Its second slam attack
Wait 1 second.
against Gideon.
Okay, go ahead.
Same roll. Gideon, that is a 26 to hit.
No.
Oh, it misses. I forgot your AC was that high. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. That brings us to blue guy's turn. He's going to step forward. He did not drink the thing. I don't like... He'll drink the thing. That'll be his turn. He drinks the thing. And that brings us to the top of round 4. We have Jessup.
Jessup will move action, restart up Inspire Courage.
Okay.
Not sure what more we can do here, gentlemen. And screw it, he will do another ear-piercing scream to blue.
Okay. Rolls a reflex save. And by reflex, I mean fortitude save. That is a 16.
This takes half damage.
Yep.
So
half damage.
half damage. So 7 points of damage to the blue golem. Okay.
And then he will, I guess, 5-foot step back 1.
Okay. Gideon, it is your turn.
Delay.
Face to face with this golem.
Delay.
Delay. Okay. That brings us to Kieran. You are within reach of both of the golems.
Kieran is going to full withdraw, which will still provoke once.
From blue.
Yes, it will. That is a 32.
Yup.
You take 17 points of damage. That must be the average.
Ow.
Okay, so there's a full withdraw and you're stopping there?
Oh yeah, I guess it
10,
does.
15, 20, 25. That's 25 feet. You are not hasted.
Right.
So you can go another 35 feet if you want.
I will get to be right here.
Okay.
Actually, no, I'm gonna be right there.
Okay.
Gideon will go.
Okay. Gideon will jump in.
Even full withdraw won't matter.
Yeah, a full withdraw, you will still provoke. You could cast your spell.
But he did use one of his attacks of opportunities, unless he has combat reflexes.
It's up to you if you want to risk it.
I am gonna risk it. I'm gonna move there as a
Okay.
move action
It does not attack you.
and close. Can I get both doors, or just one?
You can only get the one from where you're standing.
Okay, I'll get just the one then. Close the door, and he'll tell
Sorry, wrong room.
Hursk to get the other.
Okay. After Gideon, we have the red alchemical golem. It is going to move here, and it's going to throw a bomb at Hursk. Yep.
Right, it misses,
Yep.
bud.
Like, what's the play here? Like, they're not gonna chase us.
Okay, so this is going to be against touch AC, Hursk. That's a 33 against touch.
Yeah.
Did I do the math right? Yeah, that's, yeah. Okay. Hursk, you will take 25 points of acid damage.
Oh my god.
Gideon and Jessup, both of you will take 1 point of acid damage, even if you reflex. Well, I guess if you reflex save, it'll reduce it to 1, which, I mean, to half, which basically goes away. So yeah, both of you can roll a reflex save. Actually, this one might be different. It says all creatures adjacent to the location where the bomb hits takes 1d6 points of damage of the same type. It does not give a reflex save, so I
That's
actually don't think you get
It
one.
works like an alchemist fire then, and it just does automatic damage.
Yeah, it does not give me any DC or anything like that. So I think both of you just take 1. So not a big deal. Just 1 point of acid damage to both Gideon and Jessup. What was your invocation against? Did you have to choose the energy type? Did you choose fire?
I chose fire.
Okay. So yeah,
Both
all that
of
goes
us-
through.
Both of us made the wrong choice.
Well, these guys were throwing fire.
I know,
These guys were throwing acid,
Yeah,
so it was.
the acid was the big one. The fire was the smaller.
but there were more fire, so in
they were throwing more, but
Yeah.
then they started buffing and. Yeah.
Well, I assumed also that we would be in melee with these guys, and then they would be peppering us with bombs. So I kind of assumed.
I
The
assume
problem
that-
is that these guys have a spellcraft of plus 13, so they know what you're casting.
Yeah.
I guess they saw at least the spell resistance, and they would see the invocation. I assume. That'd be ticked.
Invocation wasn't including, but the resist energy spell that went off, they saw.
See.
Okay, that is Red's Golem's turn. Red other guy is going to run up with his now enhanced movement. And because he had to move, he'll only get the 1 attack off, but he's going to throw a bomb at Hursk as well. This is going to be a 19 against touch.
Yep.
Okay, Hursk, you will take 20 points of fire damage, so that is reduced by 6 because of invocation. So that is 14 points of fire damage to you. Everybody in the splash radius takes nothing because minimum damage is negated by the invocation's energy resistance against fire. So that is its turn. Hursk, it is now your turn. This door is closed, this door is not.
Okay. I guess I'll close the door.
Okay, you close
They
the door.
don't have door opening technology.
Kieran just stands there and keeps spamming open, close. As they open it. Close.
Which way do the doors go?
So it is church doors. Those usually open
Outward.
outward.
Yeah.
Which is our one
I think.
advantage, because I can stay holding the door.
Can you
can
against
try.
those golems?
Yeah, against golems?
Dude, yeah, those things.
He can try. He can
Dude,
try. I'm
they're gonna
assuming-
Kool-Aid man those things.
Let's
right
just
on
say
open.
their strength is higher than some of your hit points are right now.
Oh dear, that's not good.
And then I guess
To be
Hursk
fair,
Got a strength
gonna
of
move
76?
backwards.
I'm assuming it'll be an opposed strength roll.
And Hursk will move back here, and so will Titan, I guess.
That brings us to the blue alchemical golem. It's going to step up to the door.
And kick it open.
This one is going to step over here, and you can hear shouting from inside as the bombardier gives a direction to blue, which it will follow on its consecutive turn. Actually, it gives a direction to both of them, but pretty much. But top of round 5, we have Jessup.
Jessup will drop performance, and I guess he will take leave. What are we gonna do? We getting out of here?
Okay. Are you delaying for a response, or is there something else you want to do?
No, he's gonna move. What round of combat is this?
This is the 5th round.
So we still
Okay,
have
so we
haste.
still have haste. So he will move. Looks like move 50 feet, right? Or no, 60? 50.
Okay.
And then he will use a standard action to pull out a potion from his backpack.
Okay. Kieran, it is your turn. I bet you she's like, I could dimension door 2 of them.
Well, yeah, but now I'm trying to figure out how.
The others are on their own.
Between everybody, can I get a sense of who looks worse than others?
Roll a heal check.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna bother. I'll just wing it.
You know that Jessup really hasn't been hit by anything. You just saw Hursk take a little bit of bomb damage. You did see Titan run away, which is not a good indication. And
Yeah.
you were present for all of the attacks that went against you and Gideon, so you can kind of infer.
Okay. He is going to run 30 feet,
Howard!
and he will say to Hursk, he'll say, Hursk, I can only take you or the beetle. Which one? I'll be back for the other, but I can't take you right now. And then he will hold a dimension door for when Gideon gets within touch.
Do you tell Gideon to get within touch?
Yes. Gideon, if you can come up here, I can get us out of here.
Okay. Gideon, it is your turn.
I've got no clever way to bar this door that I can think of.
Now, given the size of those creatures, you don't know if the door hinges will last.
Yeah.
You can use your weapon to put it into the door handles to jar it.
Yeah, use the
Then you have to
blossom.
sacrifice your weapon to do so.
Move action, potion of cure moderate.
So move action, pull it out, move action, drink it? What are you doing?
Move action, pull it out,
Okay.
and then move action, get in front of them.
Okay.
Okay, so my ready to action's gonna go off, and if Hursk doesn't say anything, then I'm gonna make a choice.
It's gonna be the beetle. It's gonna be the beetle. I
You
was
said the
waiting
beetle?
for your turn. Yeah, the beetle.
Okay, alright. Then Kieran is going to take Titan and Gideon and Dimension Door back here, the corner of the map where we first entered.
Titan resists.
Yeah. Spell resistant.
You
Okay.
can get there at this level.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have 720 feet.
Oh, that's
so.
far. That's far, dude.
Super easy.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
so
my
Gideon's
turn.
ready to action goes off. We get to the other guys here. You don't know exactly what's going on, but this happens, and you see the door of the cathedral burst open.
Huh?
It flies off. One of the hinges kind of breaks, and it kind of tilts sideways off the edge as this golem just slams right into the door.
Oh yeah!
And from within, you see one of these guys run out. Actually, yeah, so he moved back there, ready to action. So he can only move. He can't actually attack, but he will move out to here, and you can see that he's readying a bomb to throw at your direction. Hursk, it is your turn.
Run away!
Okay, you are hasted, so you can move 80 feet.
All right, so I can get like here, I think.
Yep. The only other option you have is you could do a full run,
Okay.
like going straight down to here.
Yeah, I'd rather prefer that. Yeah,
You could get, so you have to go in a straight line when you run, but you could go all the way down there.
like that. Let's do that.
Okay. So you sprint down across the courtyard at your hasted speed.
Dwarves are natural sprinters.
As you do, this golem smashes open the other door,
Oh God, they're coming!
and this one
Save me, Kieran!
runs out and will throw a bomb at Jessup. It's a 27 against touch. It deals.
Are you just assuming that that's
Yeah.
going to beat my AC?
How dare you?
Are
Okay.
you a monk?
I didn't even pull up my character sheet yet to tell you what it is. You said what? 27 against touch?
Yes.
Oh, I got a 15. That gets me.
I didn't roll Yahtzee, but I rolled close. That is going to be 24 points of fire damage.
Oh.
You are not
Ooh.
within range of invocation, so you take all of that.
How much was it? 24?
24. And it is your turn.
Oh, that tickled the bumpkus.
You have the same option Hursk does. You can sprint, or you can double move.
So this should be the last round of haste.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, we can
So
go
if you sprint, you could get all the way
50.
down there, probably.
Move over to here. Double move.
Okay. Double move, yes. Okay. Kieran, it's your turn. You're outside the wall.
Kieran doesn't know what's happening inside, so rather than dimension door back in, he's going to cast fly.
You still have fly.
and...
Yeah.
Oh, I do?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
thought
I
it was
assume
gone.
you cast fly along the same time as mirror image. It's only been like a
No,
round.
I cast fly
Oh,
before I
recast.
inspected
Oh,
this
you never
inside.
recast it? Oh, okay.
Mm-mm. No. So I
Okay.
will recast it now.
What's the duration of fly?
Minutes per level.
Mm,
So recast fly, and then I'm going to move. I have 60 feet, but it's what 10 feet to get up.
You have to go up 10 feet at least, but if you go at an angle, you could go and get like.
Would you
in
say
this-
like? I want to get enough of a vantage point to see where they're at.
I would say if you go 40 feet here, you could get
Okay.
like 20 or so feet up. That'd be more than enough to see where they are above the shattered
Okay.
plane.
All right, and then he will yell out to them. He'll say, "Get to me, quick!"
Okay. Gideon, you got anything?
Oh. He'll drink that potion.
Okay. The red golem's turn. The red bombardier's turn. It can only move that far as a double move.
Pretty far
But it-
still.
It can't attack.
Oh my gosh, it's
And-
right on my biscuits.
Hursk, it is your turn.
It's right on my biscuit. I don't have haste anymore, right?
Right.
You have
It is.
you
until the
have
end of-
haste
till my
until
round.
the beginning of Jessup's turn.
Yeah, just
Okay.
get to Jessup.
The Jessup?
Yes.
Not
Yes.
to you?
I mean, if you can get to me, but I didn't think you had movement speed.
I mean, I'll be stuck in the water. It'll be okay.
Wait, you still have haste?
Yeah.
He has
He
haste
does.
for until the beginning of Jessup's
Okay.
turn.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, but I think I'd be stuck like in the water.
Well, that's fine. You can
Right in
get
front
to
of you.
over here. I have
It's just
movement to
difficult
get
terrain.
down
It's
and
not
then
like it's
cast.
from-
Like
yeah.
so, you and Jessup can meet in the middle.
All right, then yeah, I can get over here.
Okay.
I'll stand by the water.
It is
Okay.
the Blues' turns. They will get a little bit closer.
Just
My
a little.
biscuits. My biscuits.
Jessup, you're up.
He will
Do you have the movement speed to get here?
Well, if I double move.
Did the golems give chase?
You don't see him.
They can't fit through the doors.
Yeah, so I'm gonna single move over and then actually just move a little bit further to kind of get farther away from them, but still adjacent to Hursk.
Kieran, you're right after them.
Kieran will fly down, touch them both, and then dimension door to where everybody else is.
Touching me.
Okay.
Touching you.
And with that, you all make it on the other
Kieran.
side of the wall of the destroyed town of Ekru, feeling confident that the bombardiers will have to take some time to catch up to you. And that's where we will start things off next time.
Restful.
Thank you, everybody
was-
who tuned in to the live stream. And if you're listening later, we appreciate that. Remember, you can always check us out on Spotify, iTunes, and everywhere else you find podcasts. Lead a good life.